Their minds going.
Yeah. At least.
There you go. Could be worse.
Yeah, could be worse. There you go.
Because I can.
As far as yes, so as far as the board members, they'll be looking at that. So anyone on screen will just see it. Now a little side.
We are ready to call to order the work session. Dave, if you're ready. You look surprised. Did you not know I was going to call you first?
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
My name is David Marcotte, and I am the Executive Director of the Indiana Urban Schools Association, an association of 37 member districts throughout the state of Indiana, of which Elkhart is a valued member and has been for quite a while. I have been traveling around the state making presentations to various school boards on this topic of our membership. I've been speaking with numerous legislators, the Department of Education, and even the governor's office on the information that I will present tonight. Please, at any time during this presentation, if you have a question, please ask. And I'd like to do a quick little summary of what the Urban Schools Association is, because I get that question a lot, because the Urban Schools Association is not just in large metropolitan areas like Elkhart. We, like I said, we're 37 members. I'm used to saying 35, but we just received Jeffersonville and River Forest over in Lake County joined 2 weeks ago. So we're now 37 members, and we're small but mighty. Of those 37 members, we enroll over 1/3 of the entire student population in the state of Indiana. And you'll also hear later in this presentation that the English language learners, over 65% of the Indiana English language learners attend school in an Urban Schools Association school. So we're very diverse. A typical Urban Schools Association member has a higher population of families in poverty determined by TANF and SNAP applications, a higher than average special education enrollment. The state average is about 15%, and Urban Schools Associations hover anywhere between 18 and 22%. Of course, a higher than average students, English language learners. And one area that I speak to legislators about that has just as much of the negative impact on learning as poverty does, and that is the high mobility student. And the way that I explain that is that in a classroom of 30, we have research that shows that most likely 20 of those students are going to be with you from the beginning to the end. And if they do stay with you, they will learn, they will achieve. That research is clear. It's those 10 seats. It's not just 10 in and 10 out. Those 10 seats could be 15, 20, 25 students. So a teacher essentially isn't teaching 30 students in a year. They could be 45 to 60 students in a year. My son teaches 5th grade down in Wayne Township, and he has a student that just moved in who's on his 7th school, and it's January. So those children need support. And I speak to our superintendent members all the time about never underestimate that our legislators understand why it costs more money to educate our children. And you'll hear that from me a lot tonight. It costs more money because we need more hands on deck. We need those children in smaller class sizes. We need those English language learners with a teacher with 5. You can't teach someone English if you have a class of 28 and 30. We have high need special education students that need some tutoring and specific help. So essentially, it's not any more complicated than that. The reason why it costs some more money to educate children of poverty, and I say that a lot because that's how Indiana defines the topic we're talking about tonight, complexity. It's those families who enroll in TANF and SNAP, which means poverty. It's as simple as that. It just takes more people to educate those children. That's why it costs more money. So the Urban School Association took upon itself the issue of complexity, and it's really an interesting. It's complex, not a pun. It's difficult. School funding is a complicated issue, especially this area of complexity. The reason why our association took this up several years ago is that we've noticed a decline in the amount of dollars that districts like Elkhart were receiving for the children that I just described. So about 3 or 4 years ago, we had our first study by Policy Analytics, which is a data analysis firm in Indianapolis. They do a lot of budget analysis of cities, towns, counties, organizations, schools. They really know what they're doing, and they can dig into the weeds. And so it was the first time that we had a study about the complexity index, and it gave us a lot of traction. So we asked them to do another study, and it came out just this past October regarding complexity, special education, ELL, and how the complexity index is created. So essentially what the complexity index is, it's the additional amount of money that districts like Elkhart receive in your tuition support. And what I'd like to do, and I understand you have this in front of you, we're going to start on page 5 with this graph. I don't know if that doesn't just move automatically, does it? You'll have to manually move that or look at the screen, I suppose. So what this is, Policy Analytics did a historical analysis of tuition support in Indiana. Everything we're going to talk about tonight is in the tuition support formula, which is the mechanism that the state of Indiana uses to fund public education. We're not talking about the operations fund, which is your local tax dollars. We're not talking about referendum monies. We're not talking about title monies. This is strictly the tuition support formula to educate children in public schools in Indiana. So here's the historical perspective here. Since 2015, the tuition support has increased $1.4 billion since 2015. Now it sounds like a lot of money because it is a lot of money. 1.4 billion is a lot of money. However, you need to dig down into the weeds of this graph. So the blue part of this graph is the foundation amount. That's the largest chunk of the tuition support. And the foundation amount is the same amount of money all schools receive in the state of Indiana, regardless of where they're located. So in 2023, Elkhart received $6,347 in the foundation grant. So did Fairfield, so did Penn, so did South Bend, so did Gary, so did Evansville. Everyone received that exact same amount. That orange part of this graph is what we're talking about tonight, and that is the complexity amount, the amount of additional dollars that schools receive to educate our at-risk children. And as you can see, that amount has been decreasing significantly. The green part of this graph is special education funding. And you'll notice that that has grown significantly this biennium because meaning the legislators, did increase special education funding for this biennium. So that's the green part of this graph. The small little purple part of this graph is additional funding received for like your academic honors diplomas, your CTE funding, and things like that. So this is the entire tuition support formula. So what does this mean? why am I making such a big deal about how the complexity index has been decreasing? So the next chart, next page is page 6, and this represents a percentage increase since 2015. The overall increase in tuition support is the solid dark gray or black line. That has increased 22% since 2015. The purple line is special education funding, and there you see a very big jump here in the last 2 years. That's increased 38% since 2015. The blue line is the foundation amount, that amount that every district receives regardless of where you're located. That has gone up 34%. And that green dotted line is that CTE and academic honors diploma grant and things like that, that has increased 53%. It's a very small part of the tuition support. But look at the complexity grant. It has gone down 39% since 2015. So what does that mean? Well, on the next page, this is what it means. And this is our first stopping point where I'm asking school boards that the next time that you speak to your legislators, you should bring this up. And you have a legislator around this area that I speak with a lot, and that's Senator Mischel. He is a leading member of the legislature regarding funding in the state. And so, and he and I have already talked to, we've gone through this report with him as well. So if you bring it up with him, he will know what it means. Yes, sir.
Why did you choose to start at 2015? I think it shows the decrease in the complexity grant, but what did it look like in 2014?
Yes, the reason why 2015 was chosen, and later on in this report you'll see, it was when the way that the children were identified changed from free and reduced lunch in 2015 to now, which is direct certification, which is TANF and SNAP applications. So that's why 2015 was used.
And we're one of 2 states that uses direct certification. And
You read the report. Yes, yes, it is. And unfortunately, it's interesting. When I made this presentation in October to the Summer Study Committee, I know October, Summer Study Committee, but it was the Summer Study Committee for Fiscal Policy in Indiana. When I mentioned that, the legislators snickered. Right. Because when it comes to finances, no one wants to be bunched with the state of Illinois.
Correct.
They are in a mess over there. But we are, in terms of this, the way we identify children.
So has there been discussion to possibly change that method?
There's been a lot of discussion from my end on how we do that. I've been a proponent for multiple ways of identifying children. And you'll see at the end of this report, the Census Bureau has data on all of our neighborhoods. They have that readily available. You could use the free reduced lunch formula. You could use the title qualifications formula. You can use a whole slew of data that would make this more accurate.
Right.
Which is my whole point.
With the high mobility, it even probably makes it even
Right.
more.
So to be honest with you, I'm not getting a lot of legislators saying, ooh, let's do that. But they are, and you'll see in the 4th section of this, they are, just had a meeting this morning, and they understand that we've had problems in the state with direct certification. We're missing thousands of children from it, and I've explained why. And so they are now in agreement that we should look at changing how that direct certification works. Mm-hmm. They're not necessarily interested in, or it's too far down the road for this coming biennium. But the meeting I had this morning, maybe the next time, they are saying that you're right. They said, Dave, you're right. You're right. We need to get a more accurate number, and just using TANF and SNAP is not getting us that number. So yes, we're getting movement on that. But like anything else in government, it takes a little while to move. So
thank you.
You're welcome. And I'm going to now talk about what happened and why it happened.
Jeff, do you have a question?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand.
I did, Dave. With the increase of special education funding, but the decrease of the complexity grant, is there overlap between those 2 funding sources at all? Are they taking from one to facilitate the other, and in the end it balances out, or are they totally exclusive of one?
Well, special ed funding is totally exclusive, but what's happening is the prevalent attitude was for several years, starting in 2015, that we need to raise the amount of foundation for everyone. That way, everyone wins. It makes sense. However, instead of them, meaning the legislators who developed the budget, instead of them just putting more money into that system so the foundation grant can be raised for everyone, they changed the way you identified children of poverty, which caused the complexity index to go down, allowing the foundation grant to go up. And there's no blame, because back in 2015, you had superintendents and school boards from the growing and suburban areas of our state who were falling behind in their teacher pay. They had to build buildings. They had to hire more teachers. They needed more money. I'm not debating that at all. Back in 2015, those kinds of districts around this area, I would assume that's Penn, who are the growing suburban areas, they did need more funding. But instead of them just giving them more funding, they changed the way this complexity system works, and we're pointing that out to them now.
Yeah, they got more funding on the backs of the at-risk and the impoverished students.
Yes, I'm not pointing fingers, but when you look at our data, it's kind of hard not to come to that conclusion. And if you look at this graph, and this will explain it. So what Policy Analytics did is that they took every school system in the state and put them in quartiles, okay? So the quartile on the left, or quartile 1, are the least complex schools in the state. The Brownsburgs, the Zionsvilles, the Southwest Adams, the Fairfields, places like that, the least complex schools. And if we're just looking at the blue line here, this is the annual average increase in tuition, overall tuition support since 2015. And so the least complex schools received, on average, 2.53% of an increase. The most complex schools, which are on the right, are the IPSs, Indianapolis Public Schools, the Waynes, the Elkharts, the South Bends, the Fort Waynes, and Garys, received on average 1.76. So right there is the example. What happened when you lower when you increase foundation but lower complexity, this is the result. So we have an equity issue. And so we're saying to our legislators now, if there is an increase, and there will be with inflation and everything, I mean, they are going to be increasing our funds for schools, we say, make it equitable. Just because the least complex schools have a lower complexity index shouldn't mean they receive more money than the Elkharts. And so that's issue number 1. So the orange line here, Policy Analytics took a look at just this past biennium, the last 2 years, to see if that trend continued, 21 through 23, and it did. The least complex schools in our state received on average these last 2 years, a little over 5% increase. The Elkharts and everyone else in the Urban Schools Association received 3.58. So that trend continued. And we need to make sure that stops. That's kind of the crux of our entire conversation that we're having with our legislators, is that you can't just keep shifting around the chairs. You have to be able to put more money into the system. So that's our ask. And if you have conversations with your legislators, that's one point that you can make, is that there's an inequitable or unequitable distribution of money right now.
Do they understand that when you have your conversations with them?
Yes. Nobody that I've talked with, I need to make sure I'm upfront with this. No one at the State House that I've talked with has been adversarial with me. No one wants to argue with me. It is what it is, and quite frankly, there's only a few people at the State House, very few people, that understand the state budget like this. You will have more knowledge about the state budget than many of our legislators do, because it's like drinking out of a fire hose there, and they leave the state budget up to the Senator Mischlers, who understand it backwards and forwards, and then they vote on it. So the Urban Schools Association is kind of interesting. The problem that a lot of us have had is the declining of our complexity index to the point where the poster child for this is Speedway, which is inside Marion County. Their complexity index went down 21.4% during the pandemic. Superintendent called me and goes, "Oh my gosh, what is going on here?" I said, "Well, I don't know." It's taken me over a year, multiple meetings with the Department of Education because they didn't understand, to where we finally understood why, during a pandemic, all of ours, Elkhart included, why did your complexity index go down? We finally figured it out, because even the DOE didn't know. They put less money into the system. It took me a year of talking to them multiple times, because this is such a complicated topic. And it's funny, one of the folks at the DOE was starting out the conversation about explaining the difference between free and reduced launch and complexity. And I said, well, you need to not start there, because if there's any group in this state that knows the difference between free and reduced launch and direct certification and complexity, it's the Urban Schools Association. And he kind of laughed and goes, "Oh, thank goodness." He goes, "No one knows this." I said, "Well, our group does, and we know it very, forward and backward." And again, we're making progress in educating even legislators on what happened and where this should go. So if we continue, I don't ever want anyone in the community or a school board to leave thinking that Penn Harris Madison receives more money than Elkhart. That's not true. They just have received greater increases than you have. And this graph shows that even the most complex schools, which is the orange line here, do receive more money than the least complex schools, which is the blue line. But you'll see that this accordion is starting to scrunch a little bit. That gap is getting closer and closer and closer. It was 20% back in 2015. That is now down to a 13% gap, which I believe was intentional. It was to lower that gap. It's just another example of how the least complex schools are getting more money in increases than the most complex schools. So I get this question a lot. In fact, almost to a person down at the State House. They ask me, "What are you spending that complexity money on, that additional money we get?" So Policy Analytics took a look at all the Form 9 data, which was grunt work, all the documents that your CFOs have to turn into the department as to how the money is being spent. So the first four areas of this are teachers, counselors, social workers, instructional assistants or paraprofessionals. It's people. 70%, in fact, of the complexity money is spent on people, which it should be spent on people. That's kind of the whole point. The difference between this study and the one we did 3 years ago is in just two areas, and that's health services. In 2020, health services was only 7%, now it's 10%. And the other area is English language learners. It was 2% in 2020, now that's 3.8%. It just goes to show what our districts are doing to support children. You're adding more money into the health services program, ELL, because ELL is growing exponentially.
You would think there'd be more money in the ELL, a bigger increase when you figure 60% of the ELL students in the state attend one of these schools.
Right, and we're asking for a significant increase in the budget, which we'll see in just a second. There's only so much money, and when it comes to use of complexity, it's being used for the upper part of this graph, not so much for ELL. That's a whole separate funding gap or funding source outside of tuition support. But as conversations with Dr. Fellheimer and Kevin, I believe, there's a huge gap even here in Elkhart in the amount of money that you're spending on ELL versus what you're receiving. And we'll see that here in just a minute. Let's skip that one, and we're going to go straight into, we're on page 11, straight into special ed funding. The good news about special ed funding is that we were successful last biennium in having additional money put into the system. When it comes to the state reporting of special ed, there's just the 5 categories. You have severe disabilities, that was increased significantly. Moderate disabilities, increase. Communication disorders, those are your speech teachers, and that did not get an increase. I've been fighting for this for years because speech is mainly a pull-out program, meaning that the child is in a classroom, and that child is receiving the tuition support to be educated, to pay for the teacher, to pay for the custodian, all the stuff. And it's a pull-out program. At $500 a child, and if you have a moderately experienced speech teacher at $60,000 a year with benefits, you're probably looking at between $80,000 and $90,000 a year. That's a lot of children. That's over about 200 children to pay for that speech teacher, which they don't have 200 people on their caseload. That's ridiculous. So that is woefully underfunded. And I've been always asking to double that, because it doesn't come anywhere near what you're spending for on your speech program. Homebound didn't get changed either. That's a small chunk. And the pre-K special education, your little guys, that went up significantly too. But on policy analytics, looked at the data. I'm going to jump to page 16. This is the gap that school districts in Indiana are expending on special education versus the money they're receiving. It now totals $122 million more than you're receiving. If it wasn't for the influx of additional monies this past biennium, back in 2021, and for some reason it's not on this chart, the gap was $186 million. Just 2 years ago, $186 million. It's $122 million right now. And so a lot of folks ask me, well, how can school districts spend more money than they receive? Well, remember, this is just special ed funding. There's foundation grant monies, there's complexity monies, there's other things like Kevin can do his magic and spending monies. And so
Sound accounting practices.
yes, sound accounting. That's what I meant.
You're welcome.
Yeah, no, it's not any voodoo magic here, but there are funds within the tuition support formula, and maybe even some operation funds which are from your tax dollars that could help offset these things. But that's how this works. So my conversation with legislators, and I'm shooting for the moon here. They said, well, how much increase in special ed do you want? I said 122 million. Oh, we can't give you 122 million. I said, well, why not? You have $4 billion in the bank. I mean, 122 million is not even going to dent that.
Just tell them you're lucky you didn't ask for it in 2021.
Exactly, 186 million.
That's right.
So, and then when I tell them the reason why, actually, I'm going to get back a second. The reason why I think, instead of us saying we need more money in complexity, that's not been my message at all. We need fairness in complexity. I mean, if the least complex schools get 2%, so should Elkhart should get 2%. That's our message. But this is every school across the state it totals $122 million. If that were funded, then every school in the state would benefit. Then you would have complexity monies that you're spending on the special ed programs to support those children that would be available for what the intended purpose is, and that's for our at-risk children. That message is resonating down at the State House. And I think every school board can help in that message is fully fund special education. It'll help everything. Now, as we look at English language learner program, this has exploded since 2015. You'll see on this graph, which is page 17, that in 2015, there were just a little bit over 55,500 ELL students in the state. And currently, there are 72,500 students, which is a 35% increase. I know it says 30 on here, but the math is wrong. It's a 35% increase in the number of children in that ELL program. I just happened to glance at some documents that Dr. Feldheimer showed me. I think you have over 2,000 ELL students just here.
2,200.
Just here in Elkhart. And when it comes to ELL funding, it is a static grant, meaning that it is a dollar amount every year outside of tuition support. It has nothing to do with the tuition support. It's a separate grant that is funded at $27 million per year. But as your population grows, this is what happens. Currently, that means $400 a child on top of your tuition support. But as the enrollment grew, it's actually fewer dollars this year. It's down to $367. And we have districts across the state. Dr. Feldheimer just he's going to get me the real number, I would imagine, but he said at least $2 million probably somewhere you're spending more on your ELL program than you're receiving. It's a woefully underfunded program, almost like the communication disorders. The Indianapolis Public Schools, it's almost $7 million. Fort Wayne is $4 million. Perry Township, which has a huge influx of Burmese families in the southern part of Marion County, is $4 million. This fund needs to be doubled. And when I made this presentation to the Department of Education, they were shocked, they agreed, sent me straight to the governor's office, which is why he didn't mention it in his State of the State address, but he has already, he's recommending in the new state budget that we double this grant, which would be great, because we're spending a great deal of money. And again, it's because you can't have someone who doesn't speak English in a class of 30. That makes no sense. They need to be in small class sizes, which means you need more people, which means it's expensive. It's as fundamental as that. So going back, though, here's where our conversation, Mr. Scott, from earlier about why did we start in 2015. I'm back on page 17, and you can see that back in 2017, the number of students that were funded by the Complexity Index was over 251,000. That's when we used free and reduced lunch forms to determine these numbers. Then the legislators changed it to direct certification. Why? There was a thought that there were families not telling the truth on their free reduced lunch forms. I don't know if they had the data. I don't know. That's just what I've been told. Free reduced lunch forms, as you know, they're run through the buildings, the guidance counselors or principals or whomever in your buildings collect them. Families are much more apt to hand those to them than they actually have to go down to a government agency and sign up for TANF and SNAP, which back in my old days was welfare and food stamps. They're more apt to just turn in their free and reduced lunch forms. But some of our legislators felt that that was inaccurate data, and instead of having schools then mandate us to verify that they're all correct, which would have made logic, they changed it to TANF and SNAP, which caused this, and that is the decrease, a significant decrease in the number of children who are now funded in that complexity index. And there was an intentionality here to shuffle the funds around instead of just providing additional funding. So on this graph, and this one gets a little bit complicated. It's page 19. I hope my audience eyes haven't glassed over yet on this. But this basically shows why we're asking for increases in special ed and increases in the ELL program, which would help everybody. So this graph represents the top 50 complex schools in the state. Every one of our members is in this group. Remember, we're 35, well, 37 with the new ones who just came in, plus some. So Elkhart is in this data right here. On the left-hand side is the funding that those top 50 schools receive. The blue part is the complexity funds, the funds that are meant for the at-risk children. That little yellow line is the English language learner. Just the top 50 schools, the funding was $13 million. That's half the grant. Special ed funding was $194. That $27 million is additional special ed because they did allow for an increase in 23. So total, that's $579 million just for the top 50 complex schools. But the expenses on the right-hand side total 670. It's the expenses for people. Look at the little red line there for ELL. Just 50 school corporations are spending $20 million on the English language learner program. Just 50 schools. And there's only 27 million there. Then you have the additional dollars. So our point being, and this is what ultimately I'm telling legislators, that if you can fully fund special ed, and if you can fully fund the ELL program, it'll allow the 16%, you see a little bracket up there of the 16% that the top 50 schools are using to backfill special ed and ELL, then those districts would have that 16% available for the intended purpose of the complexity index, and that is to educate our children, our at-risk children and children of poverty. Now, sometimes those children are the same. You have a child who they're on TANF and staff, they might have an IEP, and they may not speak English. So you might have all three just in one child. But that's kind of our whole point with this study, is to show that we have tremendous gaps in special ed and ELL funding that can be solved across the entire state of Indiana. Because I know politically, I can't just walk into an office down there and say, give the Urban Schools Association more money. And I'd like to do that, but it won't go very far because we're just 35 districts out of 300. So the better ask is to fully fund special ed in our English language learning program. And it's actually making sense to a lot of folks down there. And hopefully we'll make some progress. So essentially that was the biggest part of this study. It's a 39-page study, which we're not going to go into all 39 pages. But the biggest chunk of that study was about complexity funding, special ed, and English language learning. This whole second section, and I know you have it in front of you, for geeks like me, I love the graphs. It's really interesting stuff, but there's no need to spend too much time on it except on this graph here. The left-hand side, obviously, is the state of Indiana divided up by school districts. And you have the most complex schools in the red, the orange, and the yellow, and the least complex schools in the fuchsia, the blue, and the green. Notice that the orange, the red, and the yellow aren't just in our urban areas of Indiana. There's a lot of poverty in rural Indiana. And in this, I get the attention of a lot of our legislators because they may represent rural Indiana and they don't think the complexity impacts them. It does. Because the map on the right, that is the concentration of complexity in the state of Indiana. Obviously, you can see Lake County, Elkhart and St. Joe County, Marion County, Allen County, Vanderburgh County down there. But there's everywhere in our state. Every city, town, county gets impacted by this complexity index. So it's not just an urban ask. It's a ask to fix the system throughout the entire state. So this entire section basically asks, I asked Policy Analytics to answer one question: how does the complexity index compare to other indicators of poverty in our state? And so this one shows that the children in poverty under 18, when there's more poverty, the complexity index goes up. Right, that's exactly right. Same thing with this. When you have household incomes that are high, you have less of a complexity index. Well, yeah, sure, that's a no-brainer too. So, but this is the one that I need to point out to you. In fact, with the legislator this morning, we spent probably 20 minutes just on this graph because he did not see this coming. The orange on this graph represents every school system in the state, all 300 schools. And the orange is the free and reduced lunch percentage. So on the very, very left-hand side would be like Gary, possibly Hammond. And on the very, very, very right side of this, where it goes down to almost nothing, that's Zionsville, which is outside of Indianapolis. The least complex school, least with free and reduced lunch. The blue line is the complexity index. This is proof that the difference between the free and reduced lunch qualifying families and the families who are qualifying for the complexity index is not just a gap, it's a chasm. 65%, in fact. There are 65% fewer kids in the complexity index than there are on free and reduced lunch. Or you say it the other way around, there's 65% more students on free and reduced lunch than there are in the complexity index. That's the result of the change in how our students are identified since 2015. That's a significant difference. Now, there is a difference in family income qualifications between free and reduced versus TANF and SNAP. I don't have that in front of me, but there is a difference, but not a 65% difference. So the third part of this, I need to tell a quick story about how the direct certification process became such a prevalent part of this presentation. About a year ago, I received a phone call from the superintendent of Wayne Township on the west side of Indianapolis, who said that his food service director found something unusual. They had a family named Baker. It's a real name, it's a real family, who the year before, all 4 children were directly certified through TANF and SNAP, which means they automatically receive free lunch and free textbooks. This year, the family received a bill from the school for textbook rental, those lovely bills we all received, for 2 of the children. Well, the mother didn't understand why and called the school, which got everyone's head scratching. And so the food service director looked up the information, and sure enough, 4 of them were there last year, 2 of them this year. Didn't understand why. So she did the grunt work of going through every one of her students, that's 17,000 students, and found 1,406 children missing from the complexity. Missing. I asked Marion County Soups to do a quick analysis of theirs. I only got about half of them to report, but we're now up to 7,000 children just in Marion County. I'm sure it's more than that. So there are tens of thousands of children in Indiana who this year were not part of that complexity index. So I brought it to the attention of my local senator, Senator J.D. Ford, who asked a meeting with Senator Vassler from Washington, Indiana, who is on the committee for school funding. He was appalled. He's a good guy. He really was. His reaction was not good. Asked for a meeting with the FSSA, that's the Division of Family Services Division of our state, who they administer the TANF and SNAP program and foster care, but foster care is such a small part. I sometimes forget to use foster care, but and the DOE, because the way it works is that the information comes from FSSA when families enroll in TANF and SNAP. It goes to the DOE for matching purposes, which goes to the State House when they create this tuition support funding.
But they don't.
They did not. Well, first of all,
They don't.
the look that we received from the FSSA people, they just had their jaws hanging out like, I don't know. DOE said, we don't know. And so it's taken me, like I said earlier, about a year to finally understand what happened. And so here's how the direct certification process works. There's a hard and fast lock-in date of October 1st prior to the General Assembly session that works on the new budget. So that was this past October. And what that means is all the families in the state of Indiana that are on TANF and SNAP at that moment in time will be on the complexity index for the next 2 years. It's the only piece of data that I can think of that the local schools don't have any control to change if it's wrong. If your test scores are reported inaccurate, you contact them and you show them why they're inaccurate, and they change it on their website. Your graduation rate, Elkhart High School, they get a number in June. They have till October to get it fixed. You know, students unfortunately pass away. Other students graduate over the summer, and your rate changes. And you send that back to the DOE. They verify it, and now your graduation rate is locked in 3 months after graduation. that this is the only thing that we have no control over. So our ask has been, and this is where I'm excited, because lately we're getting a lot of nods like you are right. No one knows why there's a hard and fast lock-in date of October 1. Our suggestion is, number one, first of all, give schools the opportunity, if they so choose, to look at the numbers and fix them if they're wrong. And number two, the direct certification data should coincide with our two ADM dates of September and February. That would mean that the data would be more up to date and not locked in 2 years. So if a family here in Elkhart schools enrolls in TANF and SNAP on October 2nd, you're not getting funded for that family because it's after the October 1st date. That makes no sense. So that's another thing that if you could, when you speak to your legislators, to talk about this direct certification process. But it's even more complicated than that, believe it or not. So this is what Policy Analytics found out, and folks, I can't make this up. It's almost like a Hollywood script here. What this shows basically is that the computer systems in FSSA don't communicate very well with the computer systems of the DOE, which kicked out tens of thousands of students. In fact, one of our senators admitted that they thought there was a problem, and he thought there were 40% of our children missing. Is it 40% you thought? 40% is huge for my organization. When I made this presentation, this is probably the 9th or 10th school board that I've spoken with. I have about 5 or 6 more to go. I was over in Concord, and there was a senator there, Senator Miller. I believe he represents this at least that area of Elkhart County. He came up, I didn't know he was in the audience, and when I got to this page and said what I just said to you, afterwards he pulled me aside and he said, you know, I don't disagree that we had computer problems. He said, up here in Elkhart County, you know, we're really big into the RV industry. I said, yeah, of course. And he said, do you know how long it takes to get an RV title? I said, no. He said, 6 months, because the computer systems aren't working. He said, the state of Indiana has a major computer issue. And this is another example. So when I say they didn't talk to each other, here's what happened. If a family enrolled in TANF and SNAP, whether it was written down on the applications incorrectly, maybe the hyphen was missing, if the data person input the data inaccurately, if it doesn't match exactly to what the STN numbers, you know, all of your students have an STN number and it follows them through until they graduate. If there's a missing hyphen, they got kicked out. If there was a misspelling, it got kicked out. If there were other issues, they got kicked out.
I can't believe minimally they didn't have a feedback loop to catch these, and
They didn't.
it's
It is unconscionable. However, the good news is that with me, this has been a year, like I said, a year-long mission of talking to anyone that I can talk to. I was told last week that for the upcoming biennium, because, you know, October 1st is passed, and so now they have the number, they told me there's a 96% match rate between FSSA and the DOE. I said, well, if that's true, then at least the school systems in the Urban Schools Association should at least see a flatline number in our complexity index, at least.
at a minimum.
At a minimum. If it goes down again, I'm coming to knock on your door because something is still not right. So that is one of the, I think we're making really good progress on this because this has to change. If the state of Indiana is using this process to provide the additional funds that Elkhart needs to educate children who are on TANF and SNAP, and it's not accurate, it needs to be fixed. And so that's why we're getting some nods down at the State House, because I was even asked by a legislator, why is there a hard stop on October 1st? I said, I don't know. he said, I need to look into that. He said, but I just don't understand why there needs to be, we have 2 8 AM dates. Why can't we have the same with this information? And giving the districts the opportunity to look at the data and fix it if you so choose. Those are the 2 things that we need to ask on this direct certification process. Finally, and now I know the audience's eyes are glassing over in this presentation. This is what Mr. Scott referred to at the beginning of this, and that is, we asked Policy Analytics to take a look at what other states in this country are doing. Only 2, us and Illinois, use just TANF and SNAP. 19 states use the federal free and reduced lunch forms. 16 states use multiple measures, which is what our ask has been. 2 states use the federal title eligibility information, and 2 states use the federal poverty data from the Census Bureau. We're too far into this session for this to be changed, but I think if we can continue to communicate to our legislators for the next biennium, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, we need to use multiple measures, so this is accurate. And we know this for a fact. I'm a former high school principal. I was principal at Ben Davis High School. I'm a former superintendent. I never questioned why a parent would not turn in their free and reduced lunch form. Who am I to judge? Maybe they chose out of pride that they're not going to fill out and get a free lunch. Fine. And we possibly have that same thing going on with families who are applying for TANF and SNAP. Understand, if you don't feel like you want to get public assistance, you don't have to. But 40%, that seems a little odd. But we also have a group in our state, our non-English speaking families. Some of them are most likely not going to engage in a government agency. And so we need to use other data to bring them into this fold instead of just relying on people going down and signing up for a government program. We also have research that shows whenever you rely on people to enroll in anything, it's going to undercount. So by using multiple measures, we'd be able to capture more kids. And then this last graph is a little complicated. It's just how the money is distributed. In Indiana, it's called the complexity grant that goes into tuition support. But this last one here, and then I'll close, is interesting. This is the Midwest. We asked what the states are doing, and most of the states around us are using what we call a flat grant amount, the complexity grant. So all the states in blue are doing what we do. Some of the states are doing other things. Those little dots reflect either direct certification or they're using free reduced lunch. Again, we're the minority, us in Illinois, are using just the direct certification. But most of the states around us are doing what we do, and that is putting it in a part of the tuition support. So that's essentially the presentation tonight. And if I can just recap 4 things that I'm asking all school boards to do. Number 1 is if there is going to be an increase in tuition support, it should be equitable. The least complex schools shouldn't receive more money than the most complex schools. We need to fully fund special education. We need to fully fund English language learner programs. That'll help everybody in the state, and it'll allow the complexity money to be used for its intended purpose, to educate our children of poverty. And finally, we need, and probably it may be the most important, we need to fix this direct certification thing. It's a mess, and we need to get that fixed because it's just not accurate data. Are there any questions that I may be able to answer for you?
Are there any direct actions that we should be taking as a school corporation to better advocate for our families, other than simply interacting with our legislators, trying to change those points that you just...
In my experience down at the State House, I feel that building relationships with our legislators, just like anything else, if you're running a business, it's all about relationships with your customers, is the best avenue. There are some school boards that have done resolutions. I'm telling you, resolutions mean nothing. I mean, all it is, oh, great, this school board just got angry at us again and had this resolution. But it's that individual conversations that you can have with your representatives. And maybe if you have some contact, and this is more difficult, if you have other contacts that are maybe outside of the Elkhart area that maybe represent our rural part of Indiana, if you have relatives or friends or businesses that can get you to speak to those folks, just because they don't represent you doesn't mean they won't listen to you. That is important. And I find it in my job that I'm down at the State House, it's just all about those relationships. And I've had some members of mine call me and they're really angry about something that's going on down there. And they wonder, why aren't I raising a cane down there? I'll date myself, but remember back in the old days when Khrushchev at the UN took a shoe off and started pounding it on the table and it got him nothing? Same thing. I'm not going to take my shoe off and start pounding it on the table because no one wants to listen to a person who's out of control and angry. So I think these personal conversations with our legislators work best. And what was the second part of
Any way to better advocate for
Yeah.
our family? Is there any type of data analysis that we can do to say X percentage of our students or families got lost in the shuffle?
You could do that. I don't have that. You could do that. It's grunt work. You have to go through all the applications for that. I think you can use the data from this report without having to put that burden on anyone here to get you that information. But if you want to use specific examples, it would really benefit. And there's another group that legislators do listen to, and that is your parents. Your PTAs, your PTOs, your band boosters, your athletic boosters. If you can get them on board to have the same conversation, to send emails to your legislators, they do read the emails. They may not respond right away, but they will read them.
And that's another viewpoint you have. Are there any resources out there to better help us educate the public on the aspects of complexity amongst urban-based schools? I get asked all the time, okay, you guys have more funding than Penn. Why is there the disparity here? Well, it's because of the complexity
It
issues.
costs more money to educate poor children.
How do we increase the public's awareness of those issues?
I think it's happening tonight. We have folks here that probably learned something tonight about this. I understand we're streaming this out into the public. Those are the kind of things. Using this study, we paid for it, but it's yours. You can use it any way you want. Letter to the editors. Again, using professional language, I know you always would, but that gets people to listen more than just beating a drum. So I would just say to continue to have these conversations. Yeah, I'm an insider. I'm a former superintendent. I worked in Wayne Township for 13 years. I'm the insider guy. Dr. Thalheimer's the insider guy. Kevin's the insider guy. Wah. They're just griping. No. When parents contact Senator Mishler and say, hey, can I talk to you about this direct certification problem? He'll go, well, first of all, how do they know about that? And yeah, sure, I'll listen to you. If you can get our parents, they do listen. May not get a response all the time on an email, but they do read them. And they have people who read them for them and then summarize the topic. That's the best. Was there another question here, Mr. Scott? Did you have it, or Mr. Weaver?
The question I had was that the complexity is about $700 some, correct?
No, complexity could, in some schools, it's over $3,000. It just depends on the complexity index. The higher the index, the more money you receive.
Okay.
The first, I'll go right back to the very beginning. I think I know what you're asking. This would be for student funding. You have to go all the way back to the beginning here. Right there.
It's probably that one in the Oh, that special education, or the complexity
The complexity
is,
on average is $700 per child on average.
okay,
And so we have some places like Zionsville where there's very, very few kids,
right.
and places like Gary where it's 90%.
But that number of 700, how do you know that that's the number that's enough to cover the education of one student there, that it should be 1,000 or 1,100, or in some cases it might be 500?
Right, because of this graph right here. So this again are the top 50 complex schools who are spending 16% more to educate children of poverty, children with special education, and our ELL program. So I get that question, Mr. Weaver, from legislators all the time. So how much do you need? I get that question all the time. My answer is always, it depends. It depends on the programs that districts are running. It depends on the number of children they have. It depends on the severity of the special education disabilities. It depends how many ones and twos you have in your ELL program versus fours and fives who are probably out in the population of the school not needing individual attention. There's just a lot of depending factors on to answer that question. All we have is generalized data that shows that districts are spending more money than they receive.
Okay, and where I was going with that was like, okay, if you got a student who is 7 times, that's a 7th school this year, stuff like that, I mean, that has to just go off the charts. Expense-wise, I would think if you're trying to actually educate that kid and corner them.
If you're trying, or if you have the abilities, more like it. Because in a school, possibly Elkhart Community Schools, you have means more than some others. You probably would try to provide some tutoring for that child. You'd probably have a pull-out program for that child, maybe even put them in a small group instruction. Most places in Indiana don't have that. When that child moves into, I don't know, rural Indiana somewhere, and they're on their 7th school, they don't have anybody to tutor them. They don't have anybody to pull them out. In fact, we just had to put that kid in a school. Now he's in a class of 33. They don't have the resources to provide the support for that child. So everything it depends on the situation and the ability of the district to provide resources.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there any other discussion from the board? Does anybody in the audience have a question or a comment? Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Meeting adjourned. We'll take a 10-minute break before the board.
Appearances and everything.
Drop the ball. I didn't.
Close enough.
I call the meeting to order. If you would like to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The Elkhart Promise. Every student is known by name, challenged and supported by highly effective staff, and in partnership with the community, will graduate career and college ready and life ready.
Thanks, Troy. If you guys want to speak, you have opportunity to speak at the end of the meeting. Dora is holding up the pamphlet. If you just fill out that form, you'll have 3 minutes to speak at the end of the meeting. After each agenda item, I will give you an opportunity to ask questions or make comments. Up first, we're going to have a moment of pride. Is Trevor Fine here?
Hello, I'm Trevor Fine, I'm a senior at the high school, and I'm a part of NHS and SSAC. Today I'd just like to bring to the light of the things that are happening around school. We have the Midwest premiere of Mean Girls that is happening March 10th through 12th. If you donate $25, you are able to receive a free ticket. More info on that is available through all the school's social media pages. Also, we are having a pep rally tomorrow that will either be at 6:45 a.m. or 9:45 a.m. or we'll try to schedule it depending on what happens tomorrow. 7:45. 7:45 or 9:45, depending on weather. Also, that is part of the Spirit Week we're going on this week for Coming Home Week. We've had multiple themes already, and there will be more throughout the week. This Thursday, we are having a school-wide volleyball tournament, just where kids get to have fun, make up volleyball teams, a little tournament that we do. Also, NHS is having a carnival on February 11th from 10 to 2. That will be at the East Campus. Everyone is welcome. There will be food, games, and silent auction. We are still looking for more donations for the silent auction if you would like any. If you'd like to donate anything, anything is greatly appreciated. And I also have little flyers for that if you guys would each want one.
Sure. Please.
Trevor, before you sit down, can you tell us what, when you go back up to the microphone, what NHS stands for and SSAC? Some people in the audience might not know what that is.
So SSAC is the Student Superintendent Advisory Council. There's a group of kids selected from the school each year that meet monthly to discuss what's going on in the school and talk directly to Dr. Thalheimer about issues that are happening, positives, negatives, and ways that the students think that we could take action to fix those things. NHS is the National Honor Society. You apply to that your junior year. You are selected at random based on your application. It is a service group. We help across the community, whether it's helping with school functions or going out and just helping anyone that really needs it, just a real service group. And that's all.
Thank you.
Trevor, what is your post-graduation plans?
Right now, I plan to attend IU for computer science, and hopefully after that, get out into the world and have a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trevor.
Thank you, Trevor.
So at this time, we want to recognize our former board member, Mrs. Babette Bowling. If she would come up, we have something for you, Babette. So we want to give you this plaque just because you served 4 years. We really appreciate you. You were a fantastic board member. I really appreciated your heart and your passion for the community. It didn't just start when you wanted to join the school board. It's been entrenched in the community for years and years, even back to when our parents tell me stories about knowing your husband and playing sports with him. So I just appreciate your voice. I always encourage you not to lose your voice, even when it wasn't popular, when you were probably speaking up for the least person. And so I appreciate that about you, and you brought a lot to the board. You're going to be really missed. Thank you. You're welcome.
I guess the only thing I want to say is that, somewhere when I was a very young educator, about 22 years old, and I did a lot of things that would sort of increase my positivity because I knew I would need it to be a good educator throughout my life and a good mentor. And one of the things I heard, one of my popular things was tapes I used to listen to before I taped that thing, and was that if you live your life in decades rather than by ones, you have a tendency to have more of a sense of urgency in what you're doing, right? So if I only have, maybe, if I'm really lucky and God blesses me with help that can get me through, I might have 2 good decades, right? 1 decade of one of my dog's lives, about. You know how fast that goes, you know how fast a child that starts out at 0 and is all of a sudden they're 10 years old, or they're 10 and all of a sudden they're 20. And you're like, where did the time go? And how often do we say that, right? So I think what I want to say about living your life with a sense of urgency is that we only do have so much time. And everybody, and it's up to us what we do at that time. And it's been my privilege and my honor throughout my life to try to find that person in front of me that needs me, to be the helper, to be the Fred Rogers look for the helper, right? In this decade I get to go into now, I get to be a helper full time. And I hope to continue to help here. I hope to continue to knock some things around if you need me. And hope that wisdom from time spent in years can have some value to people. Because when you look back through decades, and you look back at my Leave It to Beaver beginnings, and my watching in my 2nd grade year, my president of the United States being assassinated, and watching just a few years later, Martin Luther King being assassinated, and the disruption of the 60s, and the hard rock, my high school graduation, that's why I wear hearing aids, of the 70s, having my babies in the 80s, having them graduate in the 2000s, right? And I've noticed each decade has this really unique thing going on. And just like me in the Leave It to Beaver age, and me in hippie years where my mom took off because she needed to be a hippie, and and when I was having my babies, none of us are the same in each decade as we were in the prior decade. And the biggest piece of advice for us as educators, as people helping our educators, is realizing that who we are is not the same as today. Gosh, I hope not. Hope we're growing. Hope our lens is broadening. And our children are different. Our children are different than when we went to school. When our children went to school, our children are experiencing new and different things in their decade. Who would have thought in this decade we would have a pandemic, we would have the things going on that caused huge disruption that we had no idea how it was going to affect the hearts and the minds of our children. They have been disrupted. And to try to teach them and to try to have expectations as if they were in school when we were in school is wrong. We need to teach to the children of this decade. And I hope and pray that we can move the needle in a way that serves them to the maximum and to the best people who they are today and to the challenges that they are experiencing today, this decade, their decade. This is them. It's not us. It's them. So I hope that you think about that, and I want you to think about what our next decade needs to look like in public education. What does it need to look like for each student, for each teacher? Let's start to innovate a bit. Let's start to have the courage to stop doing the same things the same ways and expecting a different result. Let's have some courage to do some change, some really hard and uncomfortable change, because our kids have been through really hard and uncomfortable change, and they need us to move forward. They need us more than ever. So I go for it, and my next decade is going to be full of dog hair, knee pads so I can play on the floor with my grandkids, and I've got 3 horses calling my name every night, yelling at me, come out here, you need to come at me and do something with me. And that's what I get to do. And I will be your Fred Rogers. Look for the helper. I'm still around. I'm still around. I'm still around. And I will be here. And I'll be ready to help. And I love this district. And I will always love this district. And I have been a Blazer. And I have been a Charger. And I've been a Lion. And what I have to say to you, pardon? Once a Blazer Charger Lion, always a Blazer Charger Lion.
You were a hurricane, you were a hurricane.
I was a hurricane, I was an eagle. They're changing the mantra. The Blazers were, yeah, I was one, but we are Lions. Blazer Charger Lion. But however you want to get through it, move forward. All right? Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you. Good luck. I gotta listen to these guys and then I'll go home. Thanks so much.
All right, up next, we have the consent items. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there any discussion?
Okay, here we go with our gifts. So the Career Center, the winner again, we have $1,000 donated to the Automotive Technology Classes and Hand Tools by Dave Geiger. Our own Doug Thorne donated a 2007 Toyota Tundra, which has a value of $3,600 for our automotive technology class. Then at Eastwood, they'll start doing pickleball thanks to Mark and Debbie George. So they've donated multiple paddles, pickleball, portable net. All of the kids are going to be playing pickleball. And then we have $2,240 that was donated in the memory of Garvin Roberson, and that was given to the athletic department. And then the only other thing I have is in staying with the theme of recognizing our retired members, we have Mr. Warren Seekers, who was at the Career Center as our digital media and technology specialist teacher for over 26 years. So happy retirement to him.
Thanks, Kelly. Is there any other discussion? Is there any questions or comments from the audience? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Instruction.
Good evening. I'm going to try to talk in this mic for you, Daisy.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Okay. Good
And so do
evening,
the people
everyone.
online.
Okay, if we can open up the presentation. So I am here tonight to present our middle of the year status data. And we can go to the next slide. And for our new board members, I wanted to just briefly give you a little bit of background so that you know the data that I'm talking about tonight. SAVIS is the benchmark test that we use to collect data around our essential standards. So our essential standards that are identified from the Indiana Department of Education and that our teachers have identified that are the most essential standards that our students need to know. SAVIS is actually the name of our reading program, so that's where the name SAVIS comes from. And it's one of the reasons that we chose that benchmark because it is a part of our elementary reading program. The test was given in December, so the middle of the year test window was December the 5th through December the 16th. If you recall, I had shared with you all about how it was customized the middle of the year in response to many suggestions that we had from our teachers. We were trying to come up with a good link for the test, change some items around and respond to that. So I shared that at a previous board meeting, but the link is in there if you want to go back and take a look at how we customized the test. It's very informative. All of the principals and the teachers receive that information. For the beginning of the year test, we do not require a writing prompt, but at the middle of the year and end of the year, we do require all of our students to complete a writing task that is very similar to a performance task item that they might see on the iLearn. So that starts at the middle of the year. It gives our teachers the opportunity the first semester to build in that instruction with our students. The score reports provide the score averages for the students and have each student's score and then figure the average for all of the students. So those are the scores I'm going to be discussing with you tonight. So that's basic information about the test. All right, so we're going to start with our kindergarten data. We had an increase in all areas from the beginning of the year to the middle of the year. In previous board presentations, I think I've shared with you all that I really want to start seeing those 80%, 90%. I am so proud of our kindergarten teachers. I think this data is a good indication that our foundations program is having a very positive impact on teaching and learning. We've had positive feedback from our teachers on that. I'm just thrilled that in many of our phonics areas, we are scoring above 80%. And you can see across the board, we're doing well there. We're making some gains. So I'm really, really happy about that.
Indy, I have a question. Are they taking the same test at the beginning of the year and at the middle of the year?
Different questions, same standards.
Okay.
So same standards, but the questions change. So it's not the same exact questions from beginning to middle. Okay, so I wanted to go back in digging into the data to see, okay, last year at middle of the year, how were that group of kindergartners performing in comparison to this group? So these are two different groups. This is not the same group of students, but I compared the 21 middle of the year kindergarten group per standard to the current 22 kids because I wanted to see, are we showing some growth there? You know, what's the difference? Even though it's two different groups, I thought that was just interesting data to look at. So you see there that with long sounds, we have a bit of a decrease. So, you know, some considerations. This is when you start asking the questions. When you dig into the data is when you start asking the questions and you start asking that of principals and teachers and put this in front of them to figure out, okay, what could that mean? Overall, since in most areas except for that one, we have some increases, you can consider, is this kindergarten group are they coming in academically higher? That could be a variable. That could be a consideration. Our teachers more experienced this year because they've had a year of foundations under their belt. So they have more expertise in teaching that program. Those are the kinds of questions that you would ask, things like that. So I just thought it was interesting to compare those two groups.
Was this the test that, like you were talking about last year, they took later? Didn't they take like one of the tests later?
That was the NWEA skills
Okay, that was
checklist.
Those were the checklists
Those were
that
the
I had
checklists.
covered.
Okay, I
Yes.
just want to
in
make
the
sure, because I
previous
didn't know
Yes.
if that was you, just because that was the
No.
checklist.
Yes.
Okay.
Also, another consideration, remember, is we have been customizing this test each time. So last year the test was longer. I mean, you have those variables too. There were different test questions. So, all of that plays into it. This is performance by team. So the yellow arrows represent achievement. So the teams that have that are highest achieving. And then red shows teams that maybe were not the highest achieving, but had significant growth. And I want to give a huge shout out to, many schools tonight. This is a celebration for many schools, but Feeser, Carolyn's here tonight, 87% for their kindergarten team. I mean, it's just really good data coming out of there. Bristol, 79%, and Cleveland at 76%. And then you see those other schools that have had some great growth. Riverview had 42%, Monger 33%, Feeser 41%. So that's performance by team. And if we can go to the next slide, take a look at Feeser's scores all the way down there. I mean, it's just really good data coming out of Feeser. So kudos, super proud of you and the work of your teacher teams there. It's just, I think we have to celebrate. It's really important for us to celebrate when we're having some success. I think that's really important. So moving on to first grade, we also have increase in all areas across the board. We have 2 areas in the 80% there. Grade level decoding are all of those decoding and phonics skills. So I'm happy to see that that's at 85%. Our teachers have been doing some work around characters, which is more of a comprehension skill. Again, when we look at those phonics skills, I think it's a good indication that Foundations is working, it's having an impact. So I'm happy to see those increases there. And again, I did that comparison because I wanted to look at last year's first grade group in comparison to this year's first grade group. This year's group is performing higher than last year's group. This particular first grade now has had a year and a half of Foundations. So is that a variable? That could be a variable there. So just things to think about when looking at data. We go on to the next slide. Here are the performance of the teams. So Pinewood has the highest achieving team at 73%. They had 18% growth there. And then I've highlighted some of the other schools that have had some growth. So again, great celebration of those teams across the board. And as we move into here's Pinewood's data. So you can see there with their grade level decoding, they were at 92%, 87% on settings, and 94% on characters, which again, those are comprehension. So good work to the teachers there. Okay, grade 2 status. We had an increase in all but one area there. Again, looking at phonics skills, decoding 2-syllable words, 85%. Central message, which that is a comprehension skill, and context clues. So 86% there. Similar to the other grades, I think it's a good indication that our phonics is working. We're starting to make some gains there. And here's performance by team in second grade. We see Riverview and Bristol as the 2 highest achieving teams, and then we've had great growth at Feeser, Munger, and Oslo.
Can you define what the difference is between achievement and growth?
Yes, achievement is the overall. So SAVIS takes all of the students' test scores and creates an average. And so that is this percentage, the average of those test scores, and so how they are achieving on that score. Growth is the difference between the middle of the year and beginning of the year and middle of the year. So at the beginning of the year, if you look at Feeser, 46%, and by the middle of the year it's 67%. So it's just the difference between those two.
Okay.
This is such a great thing to look at too, because these are the ones that were kindergartners that had such a screwy little introduction to school.
Yes, as we move along.
Yeah.
Yes,
so
as we
that's
move along.
great.
And you're gonna see some of that data in here. So here's the comparison from last year to this year. And then as we keep moving forward, here's Riverview. So I wanted to celebrate Riverview. That second grade team, some great work there. So then we get to grade 3. And we have a lot of changes here. So I'm glad to see the increase, but you see these scores much lower. So we have to get these scores up, but we do see an increase. So we, want to recognize the positive there. So then you start asking, okay, why is that? Why are these scores lower? The important things to note, in grades K through 2, this test is read to the students. In grade 3, students have to read the test on their own. In grades K through 2, there are a lot of phonics questions that are covered. In grade 3, all of that phonics comes out of there and it's deeper comprehension questions, so the test gets harder. This is that transition to when our students are no longer learning to read but ready to learn. I've said that before. And so we see this dip here just in the overall percentages. For the green and the blue standards, the reason that those are highlighted is the Indiana Department of Education gives us an iLearn blueprint, which tells us which standards are going to have the most coverage on that test. So a blue standard has the most coverage. We know for sure, without a doubt, that characters and character traits, questions related to that, where kids have to read a passage and then answer questions related to that, that's definitely going to be on the iLearn. That's why they're highlighted in blue. The green, those questions also will be on there, but there may not be as many, but we know they will be there.
So what you're saying then, based on that, so the first blue, since there was such a small increase, that would be an area that you'd want to key on between now and the testing to build those skills, build those
Absolutely,
absolutely stuff in those areas.
And the beauty of this is, and I'm going to get into this a little bit later when we look at 5th and 6th grade. When we have the e-learning days and when our teams are coming together to look at data and talk about standards and figure out their assessments, that's where this is key for teachers then. We've talked about this before in the past of teams being able to share. So what are you doing for RL 2.3? What does your instruction look like? What strategies are you using? What text are you using? How are you assessing that? How are you assessing that skill? Because the way that my assessment is may not be what your assessment is. And when we look at the sample specifications from the state, because they give us sample items, is the rigor on our assessment meeting that rigor? And that's where we're trying to go with all of this, if that makes sense. That's where we're trying to point it. So that's why those conversations are so important. Okay, so next slide, please. We look at performance by team. So again, percentages a little lower than previous, but Cleveland there has the highest score. And again, great growth coming out of Munger. Go to the next slide. So then we compare our 21 to 22. And again, positive to see the increases, but we just still need to continue working on getting those scores up. In 4th grade, we had increases in all areas but one. And I would just, I'm gonna sound like a broken record because I'm gonna say the same thing. It's great to see the increases, but we have to keep striving to get higher here. I was really excited to see that 66% on paraphrasing and summarizing. Christina Smuckins has done a lot of work with our district over the last few years and has really worked on that particular skill, paraphrasing and summarizing. And so I'm wondering, is the Smuckins work coming out of there? The things that she's focused on. So that's a good celebration to see that there with that blue standard. Here's performance by team for grade 4. So we have Riverview and Munger and some great growth coming out of Eastwood. And there's the comparison there. And then in grade 5, and at this point, these tests are pretty hard in grade 5 and in grade 6. Kids have to read longer passages. They have to look at 2 passages and answer questions about 2 passages. So the text complexity is more difficult. The questions are more difficult. So we just got to keep, helping our kids to be able to attack those types of responses. We move to the next, performance by team here, Riverview and Munger. And then on the next slide, I actually wanted to just give you an example of how our instructional leadership team looks at this data, and then how we take this data back to principals and back to teachers. I just alluded to that just a few moments ago. So I did a little digging into our L2.3 compare and contrasting events. So why is that at a negative 14%? Like, why did we see from the beginning of the year to the middle of the year that decrease? So on the next slide, you click on the test question, and every principal and teacher, going back to that customization, has access to know exactly what test question corresponds with each essential standard. So as a teacher or a principal, I can go back and I can look at the text, I can see what the passage was, and then I can see, keep scrolling down. So on this one, there was, if you see at the top, there's a narrative part that they had to read. And then there's a poem embedded in here. So when I was talking about kids have to read 2 different types of text, you'll see that in the upper grades quite commonly. And then as you keep scrolling down, this is very much a very iLearn-like question, where click the boxes to place the events in the correct plot order. So in order to answer this question, as a student, I first have to understand the different parts of plot. So I have to know what a conflict is, I have to know rising action, etc. And then I have to be able to put the correct order of the way that it happened in the story after reading that. So because that was an area where our 5th graders struggled, this is an excellent test question to take back to teams and say, okay, let's talk about that. How are you teaching plot? Are you teaching plot? When are you teaching plot? How are you laying out, are we just asking in our own assessments, what is a conflict? What is a climax? Or are we asking kids to apply those concepts to a piece of text, which gets to the rigor of the question. Okay, if you can go back. And next slide, we'll look at 6th grade. 6th grade, we had increase in all areas but 1, so that was good. Still striving for higher scores here in 6th grade. We go to the next slide. Performance by team. We have Riverview and Oslo. Eastwood had a lot of growth there with that team. And here's the comparison. And then writing across the board. So I shared that all of our students responded to a writing prompt, kindergarten through grade 6. So to start up at the top, in kindergarten, it's really, can students write their letters? Can they write their letters, and can they put those into sentences? And then as you move into grade 1, can they develop topics? In grade 2, can they write a paragraph? In grade 3, now they're writing compositions. In grade 4, writing narratives. In grade 5, really focusing on persuasive and opinion. And then in grade 6, can they apply the formal writing process to all of the different writing genres? It doesn't mean that teachers would not teach in those earlier grades, like how to do a persuasive or an opinion or an informative. Those are just the essentials that we are focusing on and that are covered by SAPS. And this is my favorite part. So we asked, as an instructional leadership team, to have principals submit their 2nd grade responses, because we just wanted to take a look at the writing to see, are we seeing our foundations in action here? How are kids writing at these levels? These are out of Munger, and I have to read this out loud because it's awesome. So notice the capital letters, the punctuation, When I was first learning how to ride my bike, I was 5 years old. Now, I am 7 years old today. At first, when I was first learning how to ride my bike, it was kind of hard, but I kept on trying and trying, and finally I did it. And now I am a professional. And I love riding my bike. I want to ride my bike, but it's too cold. It's winter. Maybe I can ride next summer. So just by looking at this, you can tell, the teacher has worked here on letter formation, on capital letters, on punctuation. There's some great personality in there. Now I'm a professional. So I think this is a great celebration. Moving on to the next one. When I had a test, the teacher said it was hard, so I did my best to do it. We had a paper test and it was hard. I never gave up. I tried my best. We were learning about foundations. It says foundations, but foundations. We were going to spell. I think that word is supposed to be meaningful, but I didn't know how to spell it. But I didn't. Can you scroll up a little bit?
I think it's give up.
I didn't give up. I did it anyway. And then finally, when I was 7, we were doing fact fluency all the time, and we kept doing it. We were trying so hard. First Alexandra, then Jaden, then Olivia, then Ixtiana, and Eli, and then Brandon. And then me. I tried so hard, and I was so happy. Really, really happy. And then you see here, this student has some understanding of dialogue because she's got the teacher. Ooh, you're in the hundreds club. Yes. So great conversation to have our principals and teachers take a look at their writing and have conversation around, what that looks like, what it should look like as a second grader, what should it look like in kindergarten. So I enjoy looking at student work, and it just helps us to get better. So that concludes the MOY status data. I think it's nice to have the celebration, and we're going to continue to work hard on those areas that we need to improve.
Is there any discussion or questions from the board?
No, I would just like to say it's so great to see all the hard work that's been done for the last year and a half. Just to start to see it come to fruition. Yes, that word. And I know it's taken a lot of time, energy, and effort on everyone's behalf. And so to be able to see that and to see the growth in the kids, to me, it's wonderful. And so I applaud everybody, because I know it's been difficult. I know it's been overwhelming, but we're starting to see the results of getting back to where we need to be. So I'm happy, and I'm very, very appreciative.
And I just want to thank our teachers and principals because they are working so hard. So thank you.
Any other discussion? Any questions or comments from the audience? Okay.
Our parents.
And our parents, everybody. Instruction, everybody. So, all right, thank you.
Mindy, is that presentation, is that going to be in our board access?
I'll share. I'll save it as a PDF and send it to
That
you.
would be great. Thank you.
Okay, up next we have the graduation rates.
Good evening, board.
Good evening.
I'm Kerry Anderson, Pensacola High School. Oh, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. It's our pleasure to be here on behalf of Elkhart High School to talk about graduation requirements. Kind of first, we have 4 different things that we would like to share with you. Go to the next slide. We're going to talk about updates on the state of Indiana's recent graduation requirements and the changes. This is a heavy-duty stuff. It's if you follow along, surely every day there's a new bill from the State House that affects high schools. They love to, frankly, mess around with what we do in education, but we're kind of used to it. We just never know what we need to get used to from every day and week and month. So we're going to talk about that because it's really important. Needless to say, that's the culmination of everybody's hard work, K through 12, to have those kids walk across that stage. We're going to talk about some graduation data from last year's cohorts, you can kind of see really what we're doing and what it takes, and then where we currently are in the class of 23. And then we're going to talk about what are we doing to maintain and improve the graduation rates and the success of our kids. I'll pause just for a moment. I usually give the room to Gail, but not at this moment, I won't. Back in the day, most of us, we graduated high school with credits. That's all I needed. You needed the X amount of credits, whatever the state of Indiana and your local school board said you needed to have. That's all you needed to do. And then you either went to college or you went right into the workforce. Then they added in the 90s, for the most part, the GQE, right? And that was kind of minimum basic high school requirements that you took as sophomores. And then since then, they've been tweaking, and we've called that graduation test many, many different names. And of course, assessments, I-STEP, all these different things that we've been doing. Now we've added what we consider boxes, right? Now we're in box number 3. And so for box 3, it talks about achievement. It talks about all kinds of different things that the kids have to do now. It's very, very different. And I would submit difficult anymore to figure out exactly what we need to do, what programs we need to set up. What's so different now in the new state changes, it affects not only the students' path, but affects now the schools. So recent changes is that for kids that go through a CTE pathway, you have to have 3 years. And those are full years now. So this has drastically changed the landscape of what we do as building the master schedule and what classes we teach. We've never had to worry about that before. Credits, pretty easy. There was a bar to get to. I mean, not that that was easy for every single student, but we knew what that bar was. But now it affects the classes that we offer. Then what connects to that are the credentials that the teachers need to have for us to offer those classes for the students so they can get the required credits, the credentials, the dual credit, the workplace credentials needed to graduate. Like, for example, FACS, Family and Computer Science, Consumer Science, home ec back in the day. We've had a plethora of awesome semester courses. We've had to take those away, a lot of those away now because of the next level programs of study, which is the new thing right now, until the next new thing. That requires year-long courses, not electives for one semester. That is a huge change on what we do as high schools as we build out. So now those students, they have to be in that class period or that class all year long. And so what's connected to that, think forward then. If you're a senior and you're in your 3rd year of your pathway, several things can really derail that. And that's what's so concerning for us, but we have to try to stay ahead of the game. What if that teacher leaves? That's the only one you have that's credentialed. It's the only one. There is no takebacks for that. There's nothing that we can do at that moment. What if that student has things happen in life, which happens a lot for all of us, and they don't do well that semester? And they have to get out of that pathway. We don't have time to put them in a different pathway for the vast majority of students because there's not time anymore. Because you can't go back and do 3 years in a semester. And so there's so many things that are required kind of on the adult end now, so our students can have the opportunities needed. It really is a monumental task. We try to stay updated as much as we can with all the changes. I'm always very thankful to work in Elkhart. I've always said this since I came in 2005. There is no doubt, and principals share this with me all the time. We have so many resources that we put forth to our students that other school districts don't. And we never, ever let a kid give up on themselves. Had a great conversation today. Krista sent a kid to me today. I thought I was in trouble. She gets to my door with this senior student. I do not know her. This student's kind of been AWOL. Life has happened. We finally got a hold of her, and she introduced me to this young lady because it's so important for her students, for her parents, for her to walk across that stage in Notre Dame. And we put forth all kinds of efforts very recently to get that kid to have that opportunity to start achieving some success. And that happens every day. and this will continue to happen until graduation. All these little successes. And so I promise when I say it's really changing what we do now from the adult perspective on the types of people we have to hire, the classes that we have to offer, and the whole schedule of what Elkhart High School has to bring now to our students. It's vastly changed over the years. And we'll continue to meet the demands of the new state regulations, of course, because that is our duty and it's very important for those students. And so I'm going to bring Mrs. Draper up, the Director of School Counseling, to go through all of the changes, like what our kids right now. I mean, I can assure you, every single graduating classes have different rules. Every single year, there's not been one year where it's been the same, which is unfortunate for the kids and the staff that work so hard to figure out what we need to do to meet those graduation requirements. Mrs. Draper?
Thanks. Evening. Nice to see you. Nice to meet you. Thank you. I'm going to go, I want to give you a picture of what we have to do on a daily basis at the high school to make sure that our students graduate. It has changed a lot, as Mr. Anderson said, and just to give you a picture, I will go as fast as I can and yet stop me at any time if you want clarification, okay? There are 3 boxes. Box 1 is the part that we used to spend all our efforts towards. It's the graduation requirements, the classes you have to take. I'm going to keep quick, so yeah, I'll point every time. There's a Core 40 diploma, which has these graduation requirements have not changed since 2016. They're exactly the same. So there's the specific English, math, science, social studies, electives, PE, health that you always have had to have. There's a diploma for the honors diploma. Those are those extra higher level courses with a GPA requirement, fine arts, world language that add to that for the honors diploma. And then there's also a technical honors diploma for those students that are going to the Career Center and pursuing a career path. This is also, they have a GPA requirement. They have certain standards they have to meet within those career classes. So those are the 3 main diplomas that we go through. And again, we used to spend all our time with kids just going over those requirements. That's the easy part for us now. That's part 1. I know. Box 2, go ahead, is where we ask students to learn and demonstrate employability skills. So there are project-based, service-based, or work-based learning experiences that our students can use to fulfill Box 2. So for a project-based learning experience, they have to incorporate these items to be a true, authentic experience. And that's the key to these. It should present a challenging problem, have sustained inquiry, authenticity, student voice and choice. It's not just the teacher teaching, it's a student project working on and critiquing and revising and reflecting on what they've learned and solving a problem. So that's project-based. A lot of those are done in the classroom. Recently, I think the Arts and Communication School of Study had a art fair connected with a program, and the kids collected the art. They got vendors to come. They did advertising. It was a whole project where students got to see what it was like to actually take their art and make it be a product to sell. And what were the barriers to that, and how did they overcome them? So that's an example of project-based learning.
So quick question.
Yeah.
So is that, like, that's a school of study-wide project, so that
Not necessarily, it could just be a classroom,
it could be a
or
classroom?
multiple classrooms.
Okay, or could a student just do their own thing? So is it,
More often than not, that's connected to a class.
okay,
And teacher supervision. A lot of project-based learning things happen at the Career Center because they're hands-on. But we like to bring them into the high school as well. So I know Arts and Communication is just an easy one to pick on because they work on marketing, do the business, but they also pick their art and they put it together and problem solve how they would do things. So they'll do a project for an event.
I guess, so what my question is, I guess what I'm trying to get to, so if a student would qualify for this box, if the School of Study had this project-based learning big project, that would qualify.
It would. Now, the student still has to fill out a reflection form talking about what they've learned following the PRIDE principles. So what did you learn about employability skills through that project?
So box 2 is everybody, like with this project, is there every student is required
Has
to
to
do
do
this?
either project-based, service-based.
Okay, one of the
work-based.
three.
One of the three.
Okay.
There is service-based, and again, this is where our students could go out and do a community service project. Again, meaningful service. It's not just doing a Salvation Army ringing the bell one day. That's a great community service, but it's only a piece. This is talking about a longer, meaningful service where you could maybe plan an event, work toward an event, and figure out the benefits of and how it impacts your community. Again, at the end of a project like this, students have to write a reflection form showing what type of employability skills they have learned, and they use the PRIDE rubric. And then the last one is work-based learning. This is what most of our students are doing at this point in time. If they work in a job for up to 90 hours and they learn employability skills, they then do a reflection. The employer has to sign off on this. And I think my favorite story is Mr. Anderson went to eat at Red Lobster the other day. And a student came up to him and said, "Oh, I'm so glad to see you. I just want you to know I'm working on my work-based learning right now. Yeah, I had another job and I didn't do good, so I have to do this one now because I've learned."
Because she was all stressed, honestly, it's stressful. She knew she didn't have this yet. But that's her last barrier. And she is a phenomenal kid, will do great in life. But box 3 shouldn't have it yet. And so she,
Box 2.
box 2. And now she changed jobs so she can meet that requirement.
So again, it's a real life experience. It's teaching them employability skills. They do the reflection, they have the employer sign, and they can turn that in. Those 3 different components can be, and hopefully should be done starting in 9th grade, so that students, by the time they graduate, aren't with their back against the wall to get it done, but have multiple showing growth over the years. That's our goal. So that's, go ahead.
What process do you have? Because it sounds like so much to keep up with. What is the new process to keep track? And is there any updates or, I don't know, reports you get to say, these students are really far behind?
Box 2, again, we collect forms and the counselors collect those. We do have a program now that we, as counselors, they can use to upload those and they mark it off so we can see that. The state is also addressing that, and they are adding a course in their approved courses. It's a course for no credit, but it would allow you on a yearly basis to say this student did this work-based learning project, or this one did this service-based learning project, and it's documented then on their transcript. So it is a complex.
We'll go through other interventions, like when Frank comes up here later, Mr. Kerf and Krista Hennings, we'll talk about other interventions at a very specific individual level, how we track this.
How recent is this?
It's when they instituted graduation pathways. So up until last year, a student could pass the I-STEP and graduate. Now they don't have that option anymore, and they have to have graduation pathways. So now they have to have a box 2. Any student that graduated last year using pathways had to have a box 2.
So it started last year?
Or any student that graduated with a pathway. We've had them kind of seeking in for the last 3 years.
You know, with the service-based learning,
Yeah.
do we have community partners that we engage with to help the students develop a service-based experience, or do they just come up with something themselves
A lot
and
of our
present it?
clubs,
Or-
a lot of our clubs do that. Some of our sports will do ongoing community service because our sports teams, our coaches are doing a great job of mentoring those students. So our football team has gone out and worked on houses and help community members improve their house outside, inside, those kinds of projects on an ongoing basis. We had a Peak Club that also does long-term community service. So some of our clubs are involved, but again, a lot of our sports teams are involved in those community service projects.
So some of those extracurriculars kind of
Mhm.
help
Honor Society.
work as
National Honor
a
Society,
safety net to catch some of those kids.
JROTC, yeah. There's a lot of different ways we plug into that.
Okay, I'm probably getting confused. Let me just make sure I'm right. So we spend all of our time and effort, K through 8, teaching to a test, standards, essential standards, PLC, PBR, all of this, you know, only to get to where now the ISEC is no longer important. Now we've got a box 2, we've got to recreate everything in
Well,
the ninth grade. So
just
like
hang on to that
yeah.
one.
Hold on.
Let's talk about box
Hold on.
three.
Oh,
There's box 3.
I think I
Oh,
got
wait,
it.
there's
Oh, I'm
There's
so-
box 3. And this is why the school-wide effort on PBL is important. Because if all teachers do PBL and students do those reflection, then it would be an automatic
Right.
for all high school students to be able to mark box 2.
So it's almost easier for the Career Center to get box 2 checked out because they have that. So like it's almost picking up the kids that are struggling in those and getting them merged over to the Career Center because it would almost be easier for them to catch it that way.
But it's also an employability skill. We
Right,
want our
right.
students to have that. So we want to be teaching that at the high school as well. I don't want to depend on the person.
Right. Well,
There are something that, what we do at our school as well.
right.
Just real quick, with the service-based, if the student is not interested in any kind of extracurricular, or any kind of clubs, anything like that, we still have ways for them to fill that, correct?
They might
With
not choose
membership.
service-based. Maybe they do a work-based learning because they have a job because they're helping contribute to the family income. That job, and again, as they learn employability skills, will count for that box 2.
Okay,
They don't have to do all 3 of those. They have to do 1.
right, but we don't have any kind of community relationships with like Faith Mission or anything like that, that if they're not looking to do any kind of career-based stuff, they want to just do strictly service, do we have that relationship with people in the
I think
community
we
for it
have
or
many
not?
relationships, and we can find that if a student says they're interested in serving, we will find a way to plug them in.
Okay,
We've got connections with Loveway and ADEC and, you know,
Okay.
Yeah.
perfect, thank you.
food pantry, all kinds of things, feed the children, thank you. Yeah, we've got all kinds of.
Thank you, that's one of our high school teachers. So box 3 is really the difficult one. This is the one that's been the biggest challenge for us at the high school. Mr. Anderson has kind of alluded to it. So there are several different ways they can check off box 3. I'm gonna go through them, and again, as quickly as I can, but stop me if you have questions. Number 1, a student, if they earn an honors diploma, checks off box 3 automatically. So that hits a certain number of our students, and that is either the academic or technical honors, not one or the other. They could hit a minimum benchmark score on the ACT, SAT, or ASVAB. The ACT score is like an 18 in English or a 22 in reading, along with a 22 in math or a 23 in science. We don't have a lot of students take the ACT. We have more take the SAT since that's what the state promotes here. Students there have to have a 480 in evidence-based reading and writing and 530 in math. I don't know about you all, but when I took the SAT the first time, I didn't hit those scores. They're a fairly high standard, so we don't have an overabundance of students hitting those scores. And the students that do oftentimes are in the honors diploma bracket. So it's a help, it's not a great help. But the next one. There is also the ASVAB test, which is the Armed Services Vocational Aptitude Battery Test. You can qualify with a minimum score of 31, and that will mark box 3. And I say that hesitantly because the House bill that we just saw that's on the floor, they're now talking about tying that to military enlistment. So right now we have students that take the ASVAB and check box 3 with that. The ASVAB is more of a technical test. It doesn't have as much footing in our English writing, which helps a lot of our second language learners. So this has been a great avenue for some of our kids, and I'm not sure we're going to continue to have it because again, the state keeps changing. But right now we do. You could also get a state or industry recognized credential or certification, but they have to be one of the ones listed and approved on the IDOE website.
Those are all done at the Career Center at this time. We don't offer those at the high school. There is also, you could do a federally recognized apprenticeship. The list of those is also on the IDOE website. HEA, Horizon Education Alliance, has a program called CareerWise, which is an apprenticeship program. So some of our students can earn it that way. And then there is the Career Technical Education Concentrator. So this is where it gets a little complicated. Up through last year, we had a Perkins 4 concentrator that we could use, which was 6 individual courses that our students could take in a career pathway and check that box. That was done last year. So now we have Perkins 5, which they had kind of started to do, and then they decided they didn't really want to pursue that, so they created NLPSs, which is Next Level Programs of Study. So we have a few programs in Perkins 5 that students can use, which are 2 full-year advanced courses in a career path. Again, the Career Center offered those last year. This year, they're all Next Level Programs of Study. The high school, we right now have 7 paths that meet that Perkins 5. Then there's the Next Level Programs of Study, which is what the state has been promoting, and it can be starting in the class 23-24. No, it's the only concentrator we can use starting in 25. Sorry, it's confusing. And this is where you have to have a C average in a year-long principles class, a concentrator A, and a concentrator B. So that's 3 full-year classes with a C average or higher that are in a pathway specified. All 3 classes have to be within the same pathway.
So question.
Yes.
So when we're talking about our path, like an example, so pick one of the schools and when we get the new course requirements, and you're talking about a concentrator class, so this is what you're talking about. So you have kind of like your introductory class, and then you have the next one. So it's like a series of, almost like a major of 3,
Right.
3 classes to get that.
Yeah. So like an ag, you take a principles of agriculture,
So that'd be
you
like
would take
sophomore
animal
year,
science
junior
the
year,
next year,
senior
and you
year.
would take advanced animal science the following year. If we could get it for 4 years, then we'd have a capstone class. We haven't got there yet. We're still building. At the
But
high school.
the problem comes in when a teacher is not around
Yes.
for that 3rd year to teach that class.
We do have right now, and we have built out 15 pathways currently at the high school. That's a phenomenal amount of pathways, and it doesn't maybe sound that much, but if you were to talk to some of our neighboring Elkhart County schools, that's a phenomenal number. But again, they're dependent on that credentialing. So right now, we have 2 posted openings in our fax department that we were not able to hire last year. I need credentialed fax teachers to be able to continue these pathways. We have pathways in business. We have a pathway in ETI. We have several. Business, ETI, Health and Public Safety has 1 pathway right now. We're working on a second one that the state just brought up for JROTC that we're hoping to tag into. Our Human Services, which is connected to fax, has about 6 pathways that we're offering, but again, sustaining those is difficult. And then our Natural Resources has 3 different pathways. So there's a lot, and again, we have to keep students straight in each of those, making sure they're getting all the right courses. Okay, go ahead. Okay, so if they didn't do any of the previous ones, they could take AP dual credit exam classes. If they have a C average or higher in at least 3 of those, they can check this box. They can do it in a CTE path, which mostly is done at the Career Center. And again, they usually get the Career Center pathway then. At the high school, again, we are so fortunate to have such a large dual credit program. So many of our kids are earning these dual credits, and that's how they're checking that box 3. They also have locally created pathways, and there was a framework developed by the State Board of Ed, and we can apply to use those locally created pathways. We have in the area of arts and communication. So we have, I think, 5, I said 5, I can see there, locally created pathways in fine arts. That's like band, choir, orchestra, studio art, theater. So if we have students in arts and communication, that's the pathway they can use. Okay. So those are all the things, box 1, 2, and 3. If a student doesn't make it through box 3, if they've attempted at least 3 separate post-secondary readiness competencies, but were not successful, like let's say they had not a C average, even though they took all 3 classes, or they didn't pass the ASVAB, they didn't pass the SAT or hit that benchmark. We also have a condition of if a student transfers to us from a non-accredited school or an out-of-state school, there are different things that we can offer, but there is a post-secondary ready waiver. In order for a student to apply for a waiver, they have to have a C average throughout their high school career in all the courses mandated to graduate. So if you think back to that Core 40 slide, every one of those, if you add all those up and they have a C average, that would meet number 1. They have to have an attendance rate of at least 95% with excused absences that don't count against that. In the past, that hasn't been as difficult, but COVID kind of really threw a wrinkle in, and we have a lot of students that have more than the allotted number of absences to hit that 95 benchmark. But that's number 2. Number 3, they have to meet all other state graduation requirements beyond the post-secondary ready competencies, and they have to demonstrate that they have a plan, such as college acceptance, acceptance in an occupational training program, workforce entry, or military enlistment. And if they meet all those criteria, then we take it to the school principal and he can sign off. And a student could get a waiver and earn a diploma even if they didn't hit all the boxes. But this is pretty close to the boxes. Does that make sense?
How many waivers?
We have not used waivers in the last, I don't know how many years. And again, the pandemic hurt the attendance rate, and that's the biggest reason it's been off the table. It just provides us one more chance to try and help our students get a diploma, because we know that a diploma means so much more, even entering the workforce, than it does simply a certificate of completion. And I say that, I get calls from the fire department asking me about students. Did this student graduate? We want to get them in the fire program, and they can't become a fireman unless they have a diploma. Certificate of completion doesn't count. So we try everything we can to help our students earn a diploma so they can then get jobs that they would like to have moving forward. Okay, so in the board policies, there's a board policy 5460 that spells out the graduation requirements. And as you can imagine, it no longer matches what the state has required. So, yeah, I left them. I'm sorry, I didn't bring them. I thought I had. I'm sorry, I made copies of that. We've updated it. We wanted to hand it to you tonight. I can email it to you if that's okay, or have Dr. Talker email it to you, just so you can look at it. And then I think at the next board meeting, you could look at it as a first reading. But we need to make changes to that policy so that it actually reflects the state standards. The waiver is also part of that policy, and I've included and updated a waiver form based on what the state has given us. Questions on that?
So given some data, Mr. Scott will have some information kind of on your specific question. So, back in 2015 or so, I know like a Memorial, we reached 90% for graduation rate. And then kind of since then, Central Memorial, we've been in that low 90s, because that's always been our goal. Of course, the gold standard is 100% of all of our kids meet the graduation requirements. But for the state of Indiana, there's lots of benefits and of course, for all those students when you graduate. So we've always tried to have that 90% as our graduation goal. In 21, this is the class of, right? So the class of 21, this comes right from this is just a screenshot from the IDOE's, what they call the Learning Connection. Our graduation rate For the class of 21, it was 88.27. In this past senior class, so the most recent graduates, again, so much hard work goes into this. We had 93.79%, and I just couldn't be more tickled pink. We understand there's sometimes good years and sometimes years that go down. Doesn't mean anybody works any harder or stops working. But this, you can see some data, and I will point out for the class of 23, that doesn't mean we're going to have less than a 1% graduation rate. That just means we already have some graduates, as juniors, shall we say. Again, I think everyone hopefully understands once you enter the freshman year, you're always part of that one cohort. Just because you graduate early doesn't change classes. So we have 6 graduates that have already graduated. So that's why it says our graduation rate is and that is correct, 0.83%. So that will go up. We definitely hope to get to at least 90%. We have lots and lots of challenges as the new requirements. I will tell you, for everyone who works so closely at the graduation rate, this year we have targeted for quite a while with all the new requirements. And the stress level that it has come, especially post of the pandemic for our kiddos, it's going to be very difficult. We think we're up to the challenge to keep that graduation rate up, but it is going to be a moving target as we proceed. So, but needless to say,
if you could go back just one slide. In your board packet, when we talked about graduation rate, I had shared with you this handout in a previous board packet, so I just put it at your places again in your information that help differentiate between the state graduation rate and the federal graduation rate. And what happens is, as you can see on this slide, there are more students that are considered in the federal cohort than in the state. So on the left-hand side in that second box, you see all of the students who are removed from a cohort. So when those 9th graders are counted October 1st, they form the cohort. So the class of 23 was formed 3.5 years ago, and they are all considered that cohort. And then as they go through high school, you have students who fall out of the cohort for the reasons that are there on the left-hand side under those 7 bulleted points for the state. The feds only remove 4 categories of students. And so that's why that federal cohort is larger, and hence why your graduation rate is typically lower from the federal standpoint, especially in districts with high mobility or where you may have students that you may not be able to locate. So Mr. Scott asked me some questions about this the other meeting, and I just wanted to take a moment when this was up to clarify that for you so that you could see why that is.
I guess I'll piggyback as the attendance assistant principal long ago. Urban schools are historically always audited. So for the part you're looking at, we have to have all this paperwork for every single kid that leaves. For Elkhart high schools, our mobility rate is anywhere between 30 and 40%. Right? I mean, I'll say that again, 30 to 40% mobility rate of kids leaving the cohort and kids coming in. That's a large mobility rate. We had that in a staff. Think about what that would mean every year. And so every single student that meets one of those 7 codes that Dr. Tallheimer was talking about, there's this vast amount of, frankly, paper, and it's a lot of paper, that we always have got audited because they want to make sure that we have appropriate legal records. I am very thankful to report this past year we didn't need to be audited, and because I think we do such a great job, and because it's a lot of work just frankly to be audited then to prove what your records showed. And so for the first time in a long time we weren't audited, and it was nice. I will tell you that. So class of 22. So this is last year's again graduating class. The kiddos that just walked across the stage. And Troy, this is where like the waiver 0.1%. So I mean hardly any. We just had literally a handful of kids that got that waiver. And again, we've had waivers for multiple different requirements part of this class. A general diploma, which is definitely, that's the lowest standard diploma, 16.6% of the graduates earn that. Then we go into the core 40 with technical honors and academic honors, and then kids that had both. You can see the percentages of that. The large group, the orange is the core 40 diploma, so 60%, 61% of our kids earn that. And then the certificate of completion, and typically those are your special ed students that have needs differently than the general ed population, so they receive the next certificate of completion because they completed their program. It just didn't meet the standards of the graduation requirements set forth by the state of Indiana. Any questions on that chart? So here's box 3, right? This is again our new ball game here. We gotta do well with this. Gotta get the ball in the hoop. You know, so for the graduates for box 3, again, will be a slide a little bit later. Again, we have to choose which thing we enter into the state system. You know, so for like Trevor, who spoke here tonight, if he met 5 of these things on here, he's only going to be listed for 1, right? So he could meet every one of these, but for this diagram and for the state, we have a hierarchy of what we put in. So SAT, again, that is brand new for us, right? So you're not going to have very many kids for that to have that. Honors diploma, 18% of the kids were recorded for box 3. A heavily focused area, which we all know, especially from the state of Indiana, a CTE concentrator, right? I mean, that is a very important and will continue to be, as you see a lot of the new legislations, a lot of it's about that career focus. Education for high school students, 42%, check box 3 from the CTE concentrator. Then we had 2% of our kids at I-STEP. That's now gone. So if I come up here next year, we will not have an I-STEP box. That's gone now. So then we have the AP and the dual credit. That's 12.5%, and then ASVAC, 24.2%. So that's the stats from last year's graduating class.
So if Trevor did do all these, what is the hierarchy? Where do you place it? I mean, what box do you check?
Keep going on a couple. There you go.
All right.
So this is the priority list. I will tell you, right when the game got started, we didn't fully vet all the stuff out yet on what the hierarchy needed to be because we were trying to figure out everything else rather than the hierarchy. But this moving forward, Mr. Scott, is the hierarchy of class. So, of course, from our standpoint as high school administrators and educators, a cut score of a single test for us isn't the most important thing. It's that career. What have they done for years and years in their educational programming? We feel that is a much better view on what they've done. So honors diploma, of course, that's 4 years. For some of our kids, that's 5 years because they have in 8th grade or maybe even 7th grade. You know, for some of our students that have the ability to do so. CTE concentrator, then you get into the AP dual credit classes, the certification, credentialing, apprenticeships, and you can see that. I'll read that to you. But at the very end is those cut scores. So again, that's just a test. Some kids are good test takers, some kids aren't. We don't think that is the most important thing to report out. So we have that at the bottom of the hierarchy.
And to go back to Mr. Marcotte's report from the work session, when he talked about the purple area and the funding where other grants were in there, honors diploma generates dollars in that area, and CTE concentrator courses with kids enrolled in there generate funding. So it's important that as we're looking at trying to have the dollars to support the programs, honors diploma and CTA concentrators as this box also generate funds that help us be able to do it.
Okay, for the class of 23. So this is a snapshot of where we are kind of right now. We'll get into, again, more individual things. On track to graduate after this last semester in December, 88% of our kids have 35 credits or more. And that's just that credit box. Box 3, this is the individual piece. 300, you can kind of see what we have to do now. You know, so we literally know what each little student walking our hallways has. It is this specific anymore. So you can see kind of where we are with box 3. We have a lot of our kids that are done. So check the box. A lot of seniors, they're still working on it because they're not done yet. They need to finish the second semester to figure out what they need to do. Maybe they need to pass a test. They need to keep working on their grades to complete their 3-year sequence. Need that extra dual credit class to keep that C average, those types of things. So that is where we are right now. Thanks, you. And then on this part here, we're going to have Mr. Kurth, our vice principal of the high school, to talk about efforts that he's kind of oversees with. Oversees right now, Mr. Kurth.
Good evening, everybody. Nice to see you all. It's a lot of information. And I want to try to simplify it for you here a little bit on how we approach it. We have our version of that strategic room in the White House, often referred to as the war room, which we refer to as our war room. And we do it with full intention because we really feel like we go to war for our kids every day, trying to get them across the stage. That one data piece you saw, 2021, 88.27%, that's 9 kids. If we had gotten 9 kids, we would have hit 9% that year. That's why everyone counts. So with our war room, it's up on the 2nd floor above the cafeteria. It's an old band uniform storage room. Band has a lot of members, so it was a big room. And we have pictures of kids up there that we have targeted from the beginning, mainly based on their credits to begin with. And underneath it, it has information sheet on where they're at with credits. And then we have a log sheet of what we're doing to connect to that kid and who are the influencers, who are the ones that can make a difference. And we keep track of that as we go. And we'll go in there and we'll sit as a vice principal who's charged with the cohort, the school of study principal, and that school of study counselor. Because the whole concept of know every kid by name really is that school within the school piece. And so with that, we go through the kids. And by having that face up there, it is that refresher that when you see them in the hallway on the next break, you can kind of collar them around the neck and say, hey, what's going on here? And so that piece really is a working tool for us to try to attract these kids. The other thing we've done with our counselors is this, and this has been a challenge for us this year, but we've really tried to charge them with the concept of take 25 kids a day. In each school of study, there's about 125 max seniors. Take 25 kids a day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And you just real quick check, are they coming? Are they in Career Center? Are they going to Career Center? Seeing where they're at grade-wise. Seeing, again, where they're at test-wise, if that's what they're going for. And so it's just that rapid reminder of keeping those kids in front of your face and knowing where they're at. Now, this managing the Perkins shift, that's really what we're talking about. When all this started, we were 2 high schools. It was Elkhart Central, Elkhart Memorial. Frank Surge took his staff down. I went with Carrie Memorial staff. Alex Holtz was part of those conversations. And we started in the Warsaw Auditorium there to try to break this apart on how we're going to attack it and do it. Where do we spend time on graduation qualifying exam? How do we target and piece all these other things together? How do we use the Career Center? What pathways can we build? And I will tell you this, since that day, it has never been the same from one year to the next. It has always changed. And so we managed it to the point with Perkins 4 that even if a kid had the bottom fall out, and believe me, that's where the pandemic piece is going to come in, we had a way to get them there through online CTE courses. FACS was a big one for us because it made a lot of sense for kids. And we were able to do that. When Perkins 4 went away, Perkins 5 is where we're targeted, moving on to the NLPS. All of a sudden with Perkins 5, it became a whole different game for us because we couldn't turn back the hands of time. And so really what initiated as a way to find a system for our online kids school at Walls to find a pathway, it has ended up being the savior for our kids who were not attending the Career Center, not getting the grades they needed to in the in-person classes. And so by reshuffling the deck, bringing them on board, Krista and her staff doing a great job taking on, I think, 165 kids, and we found another way for them to be able to find a pathway.
Quick question. So when you're talking, if a kid is not doing well in a class they need, so then are you pulling them out and putting them in school without walls?
It all depends. It all depends. And here's the tough part. Every single story is different. Every single kid is different. I got number 3 listed there as the pandemic persistence. We have felt the effects of the pandemic more this year than the previous 2. This class was sophomores that probably had the most unstructured environment for these formidable years that they needed to be a part of. And so how they could let things go and then all of a sudden at the end, catch up, find a way to get it done, it couldn't happen with what we were requiring this year. So if they were failing the principles of business class or the accounting class, and it didn't look like they were gonna pass, then yeah, we pulled them out, and this happened, last week in November? Because the only way they were gonna make it was to start again in a school without walls opportunity.
So when you do that, so what class are they taking this online to fulfill that class they were in, or is it just a different class altogether?
It's really the same one, but again, different format. This was Tony England and Krista trying to come up with a way for our online kids who we had started in School Without Walls to get a CTE concentrator. They had to have something that was okay. We had to have the instructors, Grace Shevick, and it is still a business pathway, but it's done completely online rather than in person. And so we had a bunch of kids, and attendance was a big piece of it. As we kept tracking them, they weren't going to make it, so we had to pull them out, put them in there, and I think we had, 145 make it, something like that. I mean, fantastic success rate. Now, with some of those, we put them back in the classroom, and they're approaching it that way. With others, it's, no, you've had success here, we're going to keep you in this format and do it that way.
So they're in a class if it's a semester class, they're in the class for the semester. They're not doing well, so you pull them out in the middle of the semester.
Not the middle, it's the end. It's the end when we know they're not going to make it. And they're not going to make it. And we'll have some of them make it with a D-, and they've stayed in that class, but they have to have a C average. So this next semester, you can bet we're on top of it from the standpoint, you got to get a B to balance that D. And, you know, it's hard for, I think, our generation to understand that piece of just simply coming to school, but it's our reality right now.
And I know, and I don't want to harp on it because I know, and I do not mean any disrespect, and I know how hard you guys are working. I mean, I hear it every day, but like the rigor changes when they move to School Without Walls. So then it makes me think about the component of what is the rigor of their actual life skill at that point. Like, are we teaching them? You know, and I'm not saying the rigor is always not going against School Without Walls. I'm just saying if they're coming out of a heavy business accounting class and you're not putting them in the same thing, does that change the rigor of what they're doing? And then does that, like, what does that do for them? Like, are we really getting them career and collegiate ready, or are we just putting them in a position where we're getting them through for a graduation rate and not really getting them through for the rigor of life?
Krista, do
And
you
I'm not
want to come up
downplaying,
and say
Krista,
something?
I am not downplaying School Without Walls like that. I am not by any means.
I joke because what's changed, right? So there's nothing that's changed. School Without Walls has walls.
Right.
And so this is
I
brand
know.
new. No,
Well, and I think
no, but I'm
she's a
saying,
woman to get them through it.
no, this is the kids actually come to school now.
Right.
So they never did that before. I mean, School Without Walls, when we started, the kids would just literally stay at home.
Right.
We had to send a letter explaining to our School Without Walls students
right.
how it changed.
Right.
Because the state mandated that change.
Right.
And here's, I think, the one piece that goes unsaid in all of this. We have so many kids that are a provider for their family,
right,
that they are working a job and they're not coming to school because they're working that job. And when our RV industry was up and running, they could make good money for their family while they were working a job. And they could find a way to piece the school part in, and that was the School Without Walls for us. And that's how it's changed every single year.
Right, because that allowed them actually to qualify for one of those checkout boxes because they were working and then finishing their education.
That's their box.
School Without Walls. That's their box, yeah, right.
Every single kid is different as we try to manage what happens in life. Let me give you two examples. Last week, Krista has a kid, and we had placed her in School Without Walls because in-person school was not working. So we thought, maybe this will happen. Maybe this will be the thing that will work. But School Without Walls requires you to come in now. Well, since that's the case, she wasn't showing up. And then all of a sudden, she showed up one day. And Krista brings her to my office, and, you know, we're right there. And it's the cold, hard fact of, if we don't do this, you won't graduate. And for those kids, walking across the stage at Notre Dame is the huge carrot that they chase. And so we had her in tears. Krista was the good cop there. I think I was the bad cop that day. But you have Kleenex in your office for that reason. And ever since that time, she has just been killed. That's the one that Carrie got to congratulate today. Carrie got all the good, fun part of that, where Krista and I had to go through the tough part. But then she called me down today to say she really wants to celebrate. And that's what we did, because she is on track and she is going to make it. And with all the stuff that was happening for her and her family, this is a huge victory. And so that's where Carrie was alluding to the fact we find so many different ways to give kids an opportunity to find success. That was huge. And so that's what we do. On Monday, open up my email. And there's an email from Michelle Hilligard, Natural Resources Counselor. She's got 3 kids who in the second semester have not shown up, and they've not been a problem before. Well, then I call in what I call the A team, which is Ms. Miller and Coach Cody, and she's our attendant social worker, and Coach is he wears a lot of hats, but he's the one that goes out with her too. And in 2 days' time, we found all 3 kids. One of them we've had to move to School Without Walls because it wasn't going to work in an in-person format. The other 2 we have going again. And so we've got all these different ways and mechanisms to try and get them across the stage. And that's what we do. So we will start and we go through the year. We'll celebrate in May for graduation, and then June is for juniors. We'll start the war room all over again. When all those come down, we put up the whole new class of juniors that are going to be seniors. We know where our hot spots are going to be, and we start it all again. The only thing that's going to be different for us now is this whole CTE pathway system. And we're going to try, as long as they will give kids an opportunity to pass SAT, to pass ASVAB, the whole bird in the hand idea. We want them to pass the test so they've got that insurance. We're going to use the heck out of our Career Center. We want more kids involved in our Career Center. We have had kids, and most with success, who we entered in the Career Center this year under contract, because the Career Center has their criteria for acceptance into their program. And, we went over, Mr. Sassman, Mr. Akins, and said, look, this is what we're going to do. We put it all in writing. And those kids, most of them, we've had a few that haven't, but most of them have found success and have a pathway through the Career Center. So it's all these different things that we try to pull together and track as best we can, but it takes all of us. And really that whole concept of knowing each kid by name is where it is all fundamentally rooted. So I hope I didn't steal any of your thunder.
She brings her own thunder.
Hi, I'm Krista Hennings for New People, principal of School Without Walls. I think I'll start with talking about School Without Walls rigor and what it looks like. School Without Walls was initially created for students to be able to stay home and everything was online. Having left Perkins 4, we knew Perkins 5 would look different. And so myself and Carrie and Frank and Tony and Brad got together and put a letter together so School Without Walls students could no longer stay home. School Without Walls has the business pathway online, but when you read through online based on how the state has it written, there's online and then there's virtual. Online meant kids still had to have an in-person in front of the teacher component. So School Without Walls students now have to attend school at least 3 hours a day. Some are in the morning, some are in the afternoon, some go to the Career Center, some go to work after us. So then that changed what it looked like. When we talk about rigor for School Without Walls, right? A kid can fail a class in the regular high school, but if they pass the final because they have the standard, then they automatically get the D-. When kids take an Apex class, School Without Walls has set the standard at 70% that they have to have in order to pass the class. So you can't just pass the final and pass the class like you can do in person based on standards because it's online, and so they're having to do some different things. So we have had to change what it looks like for us and had to change what it looked like for a lot of kids. I think we maybe had 25 students who had been at School Without Walls from their freshman year to their junior year that had to go back out to the high school because they didn't want to go to the Career Center. They weren't going to have the pathways that they needed. School Without Walls has the business online, and then we created an education professions pathway, and we have our students going out to Elkhart Elementaries. We have a couple kids that went to TAP to do their hours of in-person learning on the job training, if you would call it that. Next school year, we have a teacher who is already certified to do animal science, so we will increase that. So for us, we're looking at how do we continue to help the population that we used to be able to pick up at the end. And so for us, that's kind of where we are. So when I look up there, number 2, mini-mester, we've always, at least as long as I've been in charge for 3 years, done a mini-mester over the winter break. So we started at December 22nd and went to January 6th. We had about 73% complete that. So when we talk about students were in a regular business was the only pathway that we can run that way. So there were some students who may have been in arts and communication, but they failed their pathway, which would mean they would not graduate because they didn't have the checkoff sheets. So we moved them over the 2-week break into the business pathway online. And then we had School Without Walls teachers work over the break to be able to get kids in a pathway where they can continue to be on the train of I'm on the path towards graduation. Some kids failed the business classes, which is what Frank was talking about in person. And so it was like the last hour, right? Because if they can pass the final, they can get the D-. Some kids failed, and so then they went into the online platform. I think sometimes people think, well, the online platform is going to be easier. Again, we've already raised the standard of where they have to get to. Yeah, it's online, but there were some where when we questioned the integrity, and the superintendent got several emails, and I responded and said, your student has to come in and take the final in front of me that Monday, and the grade that they get will be the grade that goes on their transcript. And there were parents who were angry because they felt that I was targeting their student. But again, it's an online program. So during the school day and the school year, kids may be in an Apex class and you can work on it at home, but you have to take the final in person with a teacher. And so not having that option, when we questioned the integrity, then we said you have to come in person and take it in front of us. Looking at number 3, students who failed their pathway first semester, then we put them into it for second semester. We sent information down to the state just to ask, like, can we use summer school as a 3rd semester to try to help students graduate, right? So if they had failed it and they did not do the December 22nd to January 6th, we would say they're done, right? Don't come back. The state said, yes, we will allow summer school to be a 3rd semester, but you won't get extra CTE funding. But they can earn the credit to still get to count towards graduation. So the number of kids, we think, if they are making it 2nd semester and then they fall off, or they're not going to average that C, right? Because you have to have an average of a C for CTEs. They may have to take the business pathway in summer school. So again, we're looking every day trying to figure out who finished the classes, who didn't finish the class, where can we move the class, and we started 2nd semester online and then pick it back up in summer school. Point number 4, when we look at Apex, we had a meeting with our Apex rep. Edmentum has bought Apex. And so they've not switched us to that yet, but Edmentum has some CTE classes and Pointful does as well. And so for us, we started asking, what are those CTE classes? And then gave them, here are what our schools of study are, what classes would match up with this based on state standards for CTEs, so that School Without Walls can look at how can we service more students and not have to pull them out of what they thought their school of study was, right? Because that's what they want to do. So how can we have more options to allow them to stay in the same path that they've been on, but continue to give them another option if they're ill, if they're just not doing their work, if they're just not coming to school. And then number 5, which is most important to me, as we continue to look at credit recovery in summer school, what that looks like for School Without Walls, right? We always are credit recovery. This summer, we'll have to have more staff who work summer school every day because there'll be a pathway for summer school and then credit recovery for summer school. So it'll be 2 different things that are running at the same time, which will mean that we need to have more staff be paid to work to accomplish what it is that we need to accomplish in terms of getting kids diplomas. Questions?
I can assure you that, I mean, I'll say this in both Gail, Frank, Brian at Elkhart Academy, we've never been so tied together as it have to be, obviously. And we all know when you're 15, 16, and 17 years old, you might not understand yet the I wish I would have, you know, when they become 23 and 24. And I think that it's our job and it's our passion to help our kids not have the I wish I would have when they're older. And so we are extremely proud of all of the teachers, the counselors. It's a whole new world. We have to learn so many new things, frankly speaking, because you can't make mistakes. I mean, you can't make mistakes. If the kid's a senior and something didn't happen, it's really hard to go back in time. And so our people work really hard, and our kids have to work really hard too, and we constantly have to pivot all the time. So I appreciate the opportunity. It's a lot, and feel free to always have any conversations or meetings with anybody you like.
I got a question,
Sure.
if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
What percentage of kids are taking up or take up most of your time doing all this?
I would tell you it's every student.
Gail, you gotta come to the microphone, please, and thank you.
And it is absolutely, every student is different. Every student, we have to spend time and make sure they have what they need, make sure they're passing what they need to pass, make sure they're doing a box 2, make sure they're passing the right classes for the diploma. I don't know that we spend more time, I know that Mr. Kurth spends more time with those at-risk kids, but counselors are spending time with all kids.
Okay, so the war room kids, what's a number? How many are we talking? 50, 100? What do we, when you talk about your war room, what is that?
We started the war room, and it was based on credits to begin with. If they had 26 credits or less, then their picture went up on the wall. And we were tracking them from the get-go because, number one, we knew we had to make some time up. And number 2, we had to make sure that they had a box 3. And so that was a 227 count to begin with.
That's 10 through 12?
That's, no, just seniors. Just seniors.
Wow.
Just seniors. Now, the goal is always to reach down. But right now, the reality of the pandemic for us, we're not out of it yet. I mean, I worry about this generation. It's fun to see the victories. But I will tell you, when Krista was waiting outside to celebrate with the young lady, I had a young man in my office reading him the riot act because we couldn't get him to come to school.
Well, that's what I was gonna ask you, is what is the attendance ratio on this 227? And I go back to when we had that conversation, I was getting so frustrated about not worrying about if they come to school, not worrying about if they do their homework, just if they can pass the test by a D-. I mean, to me, that's more harmful than helpful. I mean, because when we say career and collegiate ready, what life skill are we showing them if we accept the fact that they can pass the test by a D- and act like that's educationally okay by their senior year?
We don't accept that, but what we do is we try to teach them, these are all the things you have to do to be able to get across the finish line. And so that's the whole CTE concentrator piece, where it's a C average. That's a benchmark for them no matter what, if that is their box 3. And so it's just a myriad of things. And to target one over another or one kid, even the kids with a lot of structure around them, you know, have other things that pull on them. And that's the hard part to figure out. It's like you're supposed to be one we can trust.
What is your attendance ratio though on this?
I couldn't really say. It's
Yeah.
it's up and down. It's really up and down. We'll get them there, and we'll find success, and then all of a sudden, it'll fall off. But there are so many things that go on with our families that to understand all of that, that's when you really get sympathetic to. They're all trying to find a way to get things done.
So another question, it's sort of, it isn't, graduation related. When we're looking at our, the types of diplomas we have, what are we doing to help increase the number of academic honors and technical honors diplomas? And the reason I'm asking is, one, we get more funding for that, looks like we get about $400 more per kid on that. So what are we doing to increase that? What are we doing to make sure that those kids have what they need to be able to be successful when they leave school? Because our data isn't that good in that area either.
Helping our kids get to an honors diploma takes a village. And again, I don't like to go back and always fall to the pandemic. But they missed, they have gaps. The learning was not the same. So we push them as far as we can possibly push them. We have a concerted effort right now, working with Lisa Ernsberger, the high ability coordinator, to make sure that our high ability kids are taking those AP courses that are meaningful to them. We're pushing our students out of the academic courses into dual credit. It's a pathway, but it's also preparing them. And I've said this, and you know me well, a student that can pass English 111 in the high school as a dual credit class, and they don't go anywhere for 5 years, and then they go to Ivy Tech, they still have to take that English class. They've already got it done. They already know I can be successful. We are working every day to change the culture, to raise that standard back up. But we also have to then add those supports, building the structure back in, teaching the study skills, teaching them rigor is worth it, helping them have the knowledge to be able to go and be successful when they leave.
I agree, and I'm glad you said that, because when I was, with the governor's next level and talking about the work ethic, the mindfulness, the social and emotional piece, the learning strategy piece, all that is supposed to be part of the graduation process, and if they've done that. And so making sure that while our kids may struggle in some of those classes, that's okay. From the way I look at it, if they have the supports around them that can help them get through that and be persistent, so that when they're on their own, that they've been in an environment that has challenged them, that has high expectations, so that they can thrive and they're not going to be overwhelmed because they've got that support wrapped around them. So that's just one of my concerns, to make sure that those kids aren't being left out.
It's a concern, and yes, we are addressing it. We're working on it, because every single, and I can't say it enough, every single student is important, and all of our students need those supports.
Is there a difference in state funding between
I guess the only thing I'll add, I think it's pretty obvious, general diplomas, we want that number to go down. It was down.
Right.
And so we moved more kids up in the core 40 academic honors, right, that percentage. And over the last couple of years, it's reversed itself, unfortunately, but we need to get, because I'd rather have the general diploma under 10%.
Right,
now it's 16.
When you look at the kids who want to go to college, if they have an honors diploma, they have a better chance of being successful in college than if they just have the core 40.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's another piece. So, when we're sending kids, when kids are making a huge investment for those that want to go to college for whatever their path is, we want to make sure that we're setting them up so that they have a chance to be successful when they go.
And I think that's also, that's part of the NLPS. That's absolutely 3 years of year-long courses. Right. That's a big deal. That's a lot of investment in the training that goes along with that and the courses. I think that all falls into play. Yeah.
do you, just last things, because I know it's 9 o'clock, it doesn't start, but do you start this like at the K through 8 level, so they're already beginning to prepare for what that is, or does it not start until?
Well, we had the opportunity last week. We did a similar short version for the K-8 principals
Okay.
and for district person, because it's a lot. I mean, it's a lot. And I know that I had several elementary principals and a couple middle school principals come up and just like with wide eye, like, I can't believe you guys have to do all that. And I can't believe what they have to do either. But it is something that we have to figure out early on.
Yeah.
And I think using pride, a lot of those things will start to come into play. And if we have our PSYOP strategies for our English learners in place, we understand what PBL is as we build this out, I don't think that's going to hurt this process at all. It'll just help. I know that was a long presentation, guys. I appreciate your.
Can I get that?
I'll send it to you.
Yeah, yeah. Please send it to her so that I can go back to Ross and we can 4.5 hours.
So I would say too, like the last thing I think for me, as we're changing what School Without Walls looks like, right? Today was account day. There's 1 freshman, 1 sophomore, and 76 seniors. So we're becoming a senior magnet. But also, they are coming to school every day once they get to School Without Walls. And so you can look where, again, the girl from today didn't come to school for the last 6 weeks of school, but has been there every day and has earned 8 to 10 credits in that time because she knew what she needed to do at home in order to get where she wanted to be. So I would invite all of you to come to School Without Walls, and you can have those conversations with kids and it not be me telling you the story or Carrie telling you part or Frank telling you part. You can have those conversations with them. And I would say too, that, we had a kid who is done now, has finished his credits, has checked all his boxes, and said, I absolutely regret high school now because having to come here and the dialogue between the two, because I say all the time, I'm not one of those principals, right? Once you come into my area without walls of walls, right? I'm different. What you give is what I give back, right? But at the end of the day, it's making sure that you get to where you want to be. He and his mom cried because it was the first time in his whole high school career that he's been sober, 100% from everything sober. But if we didn't take him out of that, he wouldn't have a high school diploma and be looking at next steps. He had never considered college. He was not going to work. He was just going to be whatever that meant. So I think, again, please feel free to come. I invite you, door 28 over there. Come in, bring her over. We'll let you in. So we'll hope to see you, and I'll share some of those stories, and they can talk to you as well.
Thank you. So does anybody in the audience have a quick question or a comment for this group?
I'm just gonna say.
Can you come up to the microphone, please?
She doesn't get a microphone.
I don't need a microphone. That's fine. I teach dual credit government over there. I get academic, I get dual credit, but they're changing who can teach dual credit. It can't just be anybody. I have a master's degree in education. I'm in my 29th year of teaching, and I had to go back and take classes so that I could teach dual credit. So the more dual credit things we offer, then the less things that other teachers can teach because of the requirement to do that. We want kids to have academic honors. I have been asked if I would be willing to teach ACP government next year, which is an IU class. Great, I will. But then who gets my other government class? Who gets my early college class? Who gets all those other classes? So it's great and wonderful that we're doing these things, but if we don't get teachers in the building, it won't really matter. Because I'm teaching an overload. I teach 7 classes right now because I have to, because we have kids who need those classes. But I can't do this forever. Other teachers can't do this forever. So the bigger part of this is getting teachers in our building and in our classrooms. Because we're not going to be able to do anything with our kids if you've got teachers that have to go get their heart checked out and have to go do these other things because we're so stressed because this is where we are. Does that make sense? I want to make sure that that's very clear as we do this. So, sorry.
Thank you. Anybody else have a quick question or comment? Okay, moving on to the next agenda item. We are going to switch the order a little bit, so I'm going to call Transportation up next to do an update about the Stop Finder app. Oh, we get a lot of people from transportation.
Good evening. We want to thank you for this opportunity to sit there and address as far as staff meeting today. We appreciate the opportunity to also sit there and go as soon as we can. We're going to be getting up early. It's going to be a little bit of a weather issue. We will check it out. We'll check it very, very well. I promise you that.
I'm not driving anything. I'm only saying. Look, I don't drive well on a sunny day. I'm not talking to anybody anywhere.
And we drive all home today, so we can very well with that. I'd like to introduce first, as far as Jason Inman, Michelle Hernsberger, and also Austin McBride, and they're going to be here to speak with me as well too. First of all,
John, can you say what they do, because everybody might not know who they are?
Yes, exactly.
Thank you.
Jason Inman is the director of IT. Michelle Hernsberger is in charge of the Stop Finder, and one of my assistant supervisors. And Austin is also with IT, and he's been helping us. He's been one of the integral parts as far as helping us to make sure that we have everything intact for Stop Finder. Let Michelle go ahead. Start right off. Go ahead, Michelle. Sorry.
Good evening. We have adopted a new app called Stop Finder, and it is an all-in-one parent engagement app to let you know in real time where the bus is when it's close to your home, to the student's home. We have a short video here that we would like to share with you. This is available on our transportation website, so parents can log on and view the video. They can also call our office, and I can walk them through the process on how to log in. Okay, so, thank you. Okay, what Stop Finder, the app, can do? It sends out real-time geo alerts based on user-created geographic boundaries. It also sends notifications and updates related to transportation. It also securely shares a student's schedule with caregivers. Now, the parents are in charge of that. So every parent in our district that has an email in PowerSchool receives an invite. Once that they receive that invite, they can download the app through there, okay? And then they can share that information with a sitter or with a parent or a grandparent, whoever they would like. But that is up to them. We do not share that information. That is the parent's responsibility. Stop Finder app is available for download through the App Store and Google Play.
Thanks, Michelle. And so why did we choose Stop Finder? One of the main reasons, it directly integrates with our existing routing software. We already have in place. Whenever you can integrate with what you already have in place, it's much easier to support. And also the existing GPSs on the school buses, it was better to use what we already have rather than replace a bunch of equipment, sort of thing. And that also, since it all integrates, it helps to reduce data loss, because when you have two separate systems talking to each other, you can lose information. And the staff familiarity helps to reduce the training time, because they're familiar with the interfaces or route finder and that sort of thing. As far as the timeline goes, we actually finished 6 weeks ahead of where we thought we would. We started with Bristol because it's one of the furthest schools out, and we were concerned with how the GPSs would be able to talk in certain parts of the route out to Bristol, and it went very well. Didn't really have any technical issues. So then we moved on to Riverview, and by January we had rolled everything out.
Okay, support options for our users. We have a dedicated phone number at transportation for the Stop Finder support. As you see, it is listed up there. We also have bilingual assistance for Stop Finder. If anyone is bilingual, we can assist them with that. Our support also is available via email at stopfinder@elkhart.k12.in.us, and we also have our website as well.
Quick question.
Yes.
I just downloaded the app, and it's asking for an email address and a password, so I'm assuming I have to link through with pre-established credentials. Right.
So do you have a child in the system?
A few of them.
Okay. So yes, you would go ahead and click that in your invite, and then you would follow the directions on there.
So if our parents haven't picked up on that, there's an invite through their email or through their iPad, okay, so they didn't just go through those, what are the other opportunities we're going to take to communicate that out to them?
Well,
We're gonna get into that.
So, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And we talk about that if you want.
No.
Well, let's just finish the presentation.
Okay,
then we'll
great.
take
Okay.
questions. Thank you.
So the data that we have so far, our total number of routed students, 6,368. And everybody who could be invited has been invited so far. That was 4,425 invites that we sent as of this morning. And all of those went to parents, guardians with valid email addresses from PowerSchool, which is synced daily, which is why we made a big push in flyers, in an all-call, as well as in the different communication steps where we encourage parents to update that information on PowerSchool before the invites rolled out. And then again, our percentage signed up is 20 to 25%. Number will fluctuate as we send more invites. There's more empty slots there.
The last round of the invitations we sent out today, so I can complete as of this moment. As far as number 2, upgrades routing software for Route Finder. This, as Jason has already said, this brings us right in as far as making sure that not only are we complete with what we've done with Route Finder, we're going to be switching over from Route Finder Pro to Route Finder Plus, which is going to be happening soon. And when that happens, it's going to sit there and allow us even more opportunities later on, what's called Wayfinder, which is also going to help our drivers immensely to be able to go ahead and have a tablet to be able to find their the routes, especially when it comes to subs. We are in communication as often as we possibly can with anybody that has questions about Route Finder, or excuse me, Stop Finder. And when we do that, we're trying to make sure that we have as much contact with the people in the buildings. And we've also we've personally gone in and talked to each one of the secretaries as well as to the principals to let them know what our intents are and what our ultimate goal is as far as making sure these children are going to know what these buses are at. As far as the continuing to get this out there, parent-teacher conferences, we also have up there as well too, posters, parents' night, all those. We're going to try to make sure that we have Stop Finder is going to be well represented, and so that we can make sure that people are going to know all about it, and also be able to have the ability to have some place to contact in case they have any problems with it. As far as 5 and 6, we are continually making weekly meetings with IT. As I've said before when I've been up here, IT has been integral in this. We did this the right way the first time. We made sure that IT was involved right from the very start, and from that, I think we've been given a great opportunity to be able to give it the best shot that we possibly can. Anybody have any questions that you possibly answer?
Yeah, I was gonna ask, does it show you like where the bus is? So if you want to get online, to say, oh, you know, it's coming down, I can see where it is, and then run your kid out, does it show that?
Go ahead.
Yeah,
So, you're not seeing a live feed of where the bus is at all times. You are, as Michelle said before, they are user generated. So you set the pin and then you extend a radius. So once the bus crosses that bubble, that's when you get the notification. So you're not actively watching the bus approach through your neighborhood or through other people's neighborhoods.
So what's that radius?
Yeah, that's something that the parent or guardian would set.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you can choose maybe up to 5, I believe it was said, 5 different notifications per that leg of the route. So, you know, bus coming from garage to home, you can have 5, up to 5, let's say, different pins in there. So you can have, you know, your bus is 10 miles away or 10 minutes away, and then, you know, move it closer. So make sure your kid's getting out the door by the time the 5th one's out.
Are you saying that me as a parent, I can choose when I get notifications based off the radius I set?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you drop the pin, and then you're, yeah.
Then it also has a messaging piece, so Michelle can send out messages if something unusual is happening, like a bus gets changed or whatever.
Or if it's running late. I do that every day. But yes, your question was about when the bus enters your area. There's a geo alert. You set your geo alert. So there's this little circle in the app. You put your house in there, and then you can enlarge that. And I believe it was 2,500 feet is the largest you can go, but you don't want to make it that big, only because then your phone is going to ping every time that bus makes a stop in that area. So you just want it as close as you can to your bus stop, okay? Because if not, you're just going to get pings all the time saying the bus stop here, the bus stop there. But you cannot follow the bus path. So let's just say you have a child, you're not going to be able to see the route of that whole bus. It's just when that bus enters your area, the parent's area. Okay? Thank you. Oh, you're welcome.
So 20 foot, so you can't set it like to say 20 minutes away from your house, knowing that if it's there to pick up my child at 7:20, it should hit, I should be pinged at 7 o'clock knowing it's on time. And so
yes,
if it comes at 7 o'clock and it doesn't ping till 7:10, then I would know that it's going to be in my house 10 minutes late.
Yes.
At 7:30.
Yes. And if we know a bus is running late, that's when I'm back at the office and I'm entering that information. So if you've signed up, then you will get a notification, a ping, saying bus 21 is running 20 minutes late. Or if a bus breaks down, which we've had recently, what happens is then I'll say, you know what, bus 21 is now bus 141. So that way parents know what bus to look for.
So does the app track the actual student or only the proximity of the bus as it goes through a certain area?
The
Will
bus.
it tell me that my student got off at their stop, or just that the bus was at that stop?
That the bus was at that stop, because there is GPS on the buses.
Okay.
So the students are not scanning onto the bus, so we don't know that. But it will say, once that there's a drop off, it'll say when the kids get to school, if the parents choose to, they can say, notify me when the bus gets to the school, and they will get a ping for that. Or notify me when the bus gets to the bus stop at the end of the day. They'll get a ping. Okay?
So is it possible that when the enrollment announcements went out, do those expire after a certain amount of time? So do you have to keep rolling them out over and over again to the parents if they haven't checked in?
Yes, we do have an expiration date. And what was that set at?
I believe we moved it up to the max of 90 days.
Okay,
So originally it was a 30-day expiration. We moved it up to 90. And then also when we send subsequent invites, that rolls over to.
Okay, and have you like seen issues with it moving to people's spam folders? Like, do you
Yes.
have other people? So
Yes.
yeah, so that's my concern.
And
too,
we
is
have
that
shared that
that's,
information.
yeah.
Yeah, on our flyers, we specifically listed that, as well as in our other communications, we mentioned check your spam folders. We also sent out some pre-notifications to each school saying we're going to roll out invites to your school and the Power School information, as well as let them know to check their spam folders when this comes out.
If you answer this question, I apologize. Is it the software? Does it allow it to track in real time?
So,
or is there a reason we don't want for the bus to be tracked in real time?
I think security reasons, safety reasons.
That was one of the
is
things Ryan
what-
had mentioned.
Yes, was the safety.
That's why they have the radio
For who?
users
The
out,
bus driver or the student?
the students, so they couldn't be tracked down.
Yes.
Okay, that's, I mean,
I don't know if I fully understand
Yeah,
the safety reason.
Yeah.
I mean, I think having the GPS real time location of a bus would take this to the next level.
yeah.
And be really valuable. And I know the technology is out there. So
I think like in a situation of parents who are going through a divorce and both parents have it, there's something going on, the dad isn't supposed to pick up the kid and now he can track
But wouldn't the email invite go to the custodial parent and not both the parents?
But they could have shared at one point. So that's just kind of one example I would think of that safety could be an issue. I see you, Jessica, hold on.
Okay, I was just gonna make a comment about that. Another safety concern would be if
Just hold that thought. We're not until I get to the audience comments.
So to speak to that, as we saw in the video, you were seeing that from the viewpoint of, let's say, the primary Power School user, the person who was originally invited. And on the screen where you can manage your subscriptions, you also have access to edit and remove those subscriptions as well. So let's say you have somebody who you no longer want to view that stop finder information. Once you remove that access, that also logs them out of the app, and they are no longer able to see within that app. So if I were to open up Power School, I see a calendar and that's it. I don't see any students listed. I just see the calendar slider at the top. And maybe school notifications, but again, the login was expired once that subscription was ended.
So going back to, I don't know, I think it was Kelly's question about the invitations. Do you have a schedule or like a marketing plan? I saw that you said you want to have a contact at each school and certain events. So do you have a contact already at each school? Do you have certain events targeted? What does that look like? And in more detail about that.
We've asked the schools because they cannot log in. They have no access to Stop Finder. This is all parents. This is on the parents. We invite them and then it is on them. When parents call the schools, they can't see anything. So we ask the schools to transfer them to transportation, and then I'll walk them through that to whatever their questions are.
Not specifically to help them log in, but just to promote. Do you have one person at each school
No.
identified to help you promote? Do you
No.
have a schedule? I'm going to send out invitations every 30 days, or a
No,
schedule
we've
when you're
been
going to.
doing that. Yeah, so every time we send out invitations to a new school, we re-invite the previous school that we sent the invites to. So we're always backtracking and re-inviting.
So how often are you sending out the invites?
Well, with our timeline that we had up there, okay. So when we rolled out Bristol, they were the only ones. Then we sent Riverview a notice saying, hey, Stop Finder is coming. So then when Riverview came out, we re-invited Bristol. So our timeline is right there.
And we have a more detailed project plan that we refer to on a weekly basis, and that's why we meet weekly to look at where we're at adoption-wise, make adjustments. Brian usually helps send out the notifications.
Yes.
Austin's been doing more of it lately.
So when you said you were so many weeks ahead of schedule, does that mean all schools have been invited?
Yes.
As of today.
Yes.
So with the enrollment rate so low, then when is the next round of invites going to come out? Because it's not going to be very useful if there's not very many parents involved.
That's why we meet on a weekly basis. When we meet next week, we'll look at where we're at adoption-wise, and then we'll send out more invites, which is, it's an ongoing thing. And we don't have a targeted percentage rate we want to get to. I know in most surveys that 25% response rate is considered good, but with this it's different. We'd really like to see more adoption, but there's some challenges to that.
And I'm just going to comment on something you said. With this technology, I would think, and I'm just, like I said, I'm learning. I don't even have it downloaded, can't get into it. But I would think it would be a positive for somebody at each school to have access to it, unless you've just got a way of notifying the administration that a bus is late or is broken down, that they would be able, it'd be a positive. They can go, oh, look, it looks like they're running 10 minutes late. They can notify their staff. I mean, why don't they have access?
Because they have to have a student in the district.
Yes.
And we can't create fake students because it kind of messes up the whole enrollment data. I mean, we've been looking at ways to do that, but so far we have not really found a way to do that.
In the past, we've created test students for us to log in and see, but by the time that the Power School sync rolls around, those students get wiped. So we only have, say, 24 hours to look at that, and then have to set that student up every time. So it's part of their system integration.
So this is truly more made by parents for parents, not school districts.
Sure.
Okay.
When you talked about they could leave a message or send a message directly to transportation, who gets those messages and how are they responded to?
I do. And I normally respond through an email, through Stop Finder. I message them through that, or I will call them directly.
So are you the only person that manages all of the, I don't want to say back end stuff, but the messages and all of that? So last board meeting, somebody spoke and said, I don't want to say you particularly, but your hours were different from the hours that they needed this to be available. So is that true, and has that been adjusted?
We have addressed that. I do have a staff of 2 in the dispatch office, so there's a total of 3 of us right now. And yes, we are there during the critical hours of 5 to 9 a.m. and 1 to 5 p.m. So those are the critical hours that our buses are out, they're running out, we're getting phone calls, bus changes coming in. So we're staggering our times, so we're always covered in that
So
department.
in the event that something comes up, the other 2 people, how can you have CDL license?
Yes.
So they would be out.
Yes.
So do you adjust your hours then to make sure that you're there?
Yes.
In the event that, so because your hours are like, you are gone usually by like 3.5 p.m. or something like that. So
Yes.
in the event that the CDL drivers would have to leave, then you adjust your hours and you do not,
have to
you
stay.
never leave the Stop Finder unattended.
Well,
because you don't have a CDL, right?
Correct.
So you would stay.
yes, I stay. I stay until my other people come in, around 5 o'clock is when it's died down. There aren't any phone calls or anything like that.
And we don't worry about the Stop Finder then when we're running buses for transport or for athletics. So we don't run the Stop Finder during that time. Like
No.
if we have buses out and about, we don't worry
The
about.
students are assigned to those assigned.
Okay, I didn't know that was, okay. So we just don't, okay, so 200 people will get trained to stop finder, but
Absolutely.
aren't trained
And
yet.
they're already being trained as we speak. We've been doing that. They've been putting out messages, so yes.
Okay, good.
They're,
But yeah, we were just more concerned that we know you don't have a CDL, but they have
Yes,
CDLs. So in
absolutely.
the event that they leave the building, you just
I'm
go ahead
there.
and readjust your hours.
Yes.
Okay.
What's the time frame for the messages getting answered?
Well, in our instant message, as soon as they send a message, they will get an instant message that says that they will be contacted within 2 to 3 business days. But that isn't so because I check it in the morning and make sure, I just go over my emails to make sure I'm not missing anything, and I try to get to them as soon as possible, within a day.
And then you talked about there being support for bilingual.
Yes.
What does that look like? Is it like an automatic transcription, I guess is the word, or?
I do the translations. I'm fluent in Spanish.
Oh.
So when I put a push message out, I send it in English and in Spanish. And then also when I get phone calls that come in and they need help with that, I just go ahead and speak to them in Spanish, translate it, walk them through that, and get them on the app.
So what happens if you're not available?
We hope Michelle Ivy's around.
We,
I mean, honestly, we hope that someone else in the department who's bilingual can be there. It's Michelle or Caesar. I mean, there's not many people, unfortunately.
Is there a reason Hawthorne's not up there?
It's not our school.
Not elementary school.
It's not our PACE program?
They were invited.
They were invited, they're just not up on the list?
Just not on.
Okay.
Is there any other questions or comments for the board before I open it up to the audience?
Have we tried promoting through push notifications, through cell notifications? Is that an option for promoting this to the parent base, or?
We've done the all call as far as like a text.
Like a text type notification?
That's a good suggestion. I can look into it and see if there's something we can do like that.
Any other questions or comments from the board? All right, any questions or comments from the audience? If you have one, please come up to the microphone.
Hi, Jeff.
Hi, I just wanted to say an example for the safety concern. If you can fully track a bus route, if there's kids in conflict, you don't want a parent to be able to track down and trace a student that's, just my thought.
I cannot.
Don't see this.
You can't track the route. Well, she was saying that they wanted to be able to track it.
I'm Fred Clare. I have a granddaughter that's a third grader at Cleveland. And then the winter time, it was cold this past winter, and her bus didn't come. She stood out there for probably 40 minutes that I know of, because she went out there 10 to 15 minutes prior to the bus to make sure she's not late. Then she sees her special needs sis can't get on a bus, and that's at 7:25. But somebody ends up stopping and knows another kid. There's 2 here. They look down and they see other kids there, so they didn't get picked up either. So my daughter's at home. She can't see it from there. She's home with 2 other kids. And she gets a email or text that's prior to the stop finder. Sounds like a great thing. Seems like it's working. Said the bus was running late. Okay. No follow-up. She's clueless. Daughter comes home. Daughter tells her, well, didn't have the bus right away. And then somebody stopped and they called. The school was great. They had some high school bus. She got all the information from my granddaughter. So was there a follow-up some way on emails or text on?
Okay, that is something that we will discuss.
Sorry, I'm a little shaky. It just.
No, that's okay.
This has been a great meeting. It's been informational. I learned a lot, but this has just been sitting on me. And once I heard about it, and then it's going on with the new thing with the buses and combining, and my other grandson, he goes to a different school, and
He has, when it gets, some days the buses are more busy. And when it's busier and it's overcrowded, he seems like there's more picking on him. And that's just, so now we're gonna change buses or we're combining things, so maybe I'm getting off course, I'm sorry. Trying to get all my things out while I'm thinking about it.
Well, first, thank you for coming to the meeting and staying so long. And two, you know, like you can talk to John too. He can help direct you too and get all your information about what your concerns are, because it's really important for us to make a difference by hearing your concerns.
Yeah, I just.
So I appreciate you very much.
Hoping that maybe you can read a look at it. It just seems so many kids can be on that bus and there's just so many more problems. And
right.
I just want to note that if the buses, the stop finder might eliminate what happened, but she didn't have the stop finder at the time, but it was great that there was an email. It just needed some follow-up, I think.
Sure. Okay.
And, okay.
And that's something that we will discuss when we gather. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a blessed night. Thank you.
Brian, crew transportation, drive the bus. Probably recognize me from the last one. 3 different topics. Number one.
Well, wait a minute, this is only comments about the stop finder.
Well, this is all got to do with it. When we talk about bus safety, when buses can't pick up children, and I think the staff here are doing a great job with that, because a lot of times as a bus driver, we see parents chasing down the bus. They'll load kids in cars and they'll chase the bus, trying to get it to the next stop. And so if they see the whole route, I can say, okay, I know there's a stop 4 blocks down the road, 2 streets over. They'll load their kids up and run them down there real quick. Number 2, just for your information, you can learn about the stop finder. There is a webinar on YouTube. It's 1 hour and 3 minutes long, and you'll learn a lot about it. And the only other thing I have is the stop finder. You can also put multiple geo alerts. So like you could put a geo alert right outside the school. Bus leaves, it triggers that geo alert to you, Mr. Scott, saying the bus just left the school.
Right.
Then within proximity of your house, it hits and you know it's here.
Right.
So you'll be able to see, okay, the bus left. It's going to take approximately 15 minutes. Mm-hmm. That just gives you your lead time.
Right.
So that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle Ivy, transportation driver. We are the first and last person those kids see every day. You want to get the word out there, put the drivers to that. Give us a glossy like he gave you guys. We'll hand it out. Let us go back to kindergarten roundup, back to school night. We can get that information out there in many languages. We have quite a few drivers that are bilingual. We'd be happy to help in our schools that have heavy concentration of non-English speaking. We're not proficient English speaking students. As far as losing or leaving a child, that's our worst nightmare. I covered 3 elementary routes one morning between 7 and 8 a.m. to get kids off the sides of the street. Because we had a bus down, we had a bus late, I don't even remember, I don't even know what the tragedy was that day, but we are doing our best. We're putting a queen size sheet on a king size bed. We don't have enough drivers. The ones that are there are working hard. I mean, and the ones that are there are committed. And I think y'all need to really appreciate that, but also give us a little slack. We can work with the parents can communicate with us. When we have a bus that is tardy or late, we do need to have a better system. I think this will help. This is a parent tool to solve a parent problem. It's not a citywide, we want to see where all the buses are, who's speeding through your neighborhood. This is just so the parents can know in 10 minutes that bus is going to be there, not 25. That makes a difference in this weather, it really does. I'm tired. We need to go to bed. I thank you for listening to us though. But I mean, if we have that red smiley face, when you open that door and you see that red smiley face above that driver, that parent's going to know, oh, they have the app.
oh, that bus, oh, that's right, let me get that on there. Because if they can find a Walmart app, they can find a bus, they can find a bus. Okay, I'm just saying, they know that Walmart insignia, they'll know that red insignia. And it starts now, this is new ground. We get into these kindergarten roundups this spring. We get this through the summer school. You can track your kid. Hey, you know where I'm at? Don't bother calling, look, you can find it out yourself. I think that.
Buy t-shirts, Michelle.
No, don't get me started. I'm just saying that's a driver thinking outside of what y'all see, because we know what we see. We're the first and front line with these parents day and night, grandparents day and night, daycares. I mean, and it's nuts, but we're out here, we're doing it for y'all. If you didn't have us, you wouldn't have school. I mean, think about that. So yeah, have a good night.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Transportation, for the update. We are moving to the next agenda.
Thank you.
Lindsay Brander, you are up.
Oh my gosh. I'm ready. Go, Lindsay.
Hello, and thank you. We will be very brief. I'm going to invite some of our parent coalition members up to talk about the community awareness forum that we have going on February 23rd. Introducing Miss Jessie.
All right. Thank you for allowing us this time to present to you our next community culture event taking place February 23rd at the Freshman Division Cafeteria. We appreciate those who were involved previously and look forward to them returning along with new participants. Our mission is to provide all families in our community advocacy, education, and communication within our local schools, as well as public and social institutions on the importance of child safety, mental health, well-being, and learning. Our vision is to ensure children are provided with safe environments to learn and to grow to their full potential. On December 6th, we hosted a panel with admin from ECS, Goshen, and Concord who discussed bullying in their districts, followed by a Q&A. This forum will feature an interactive audience activity, a parent panel, a mini roundtable discussion, and an extended panel for the Q&A session. As we recognize that our students, families, and frontline staff have high mobility between school districts within our community, we have extended this invitation and request for participation to all Elkhart County school districts, Bago, Concord, ECS, Goshen, Fairfield, Middlebury, and Ronee. We also included Edwardsburg Public Schools and Penn Harris Madison Corporation. Today, we received our first RSVP back from Bago, who has agreed to send a representative from each of their schools, including administration, teacher, and school counselors. We would like to see the same representation from each of ECS's school buildings. We again will have a coloring center for children who may be in attendance and snacks provided for all. This event is open to anyone within the community who wants to be involved in creating a safer culture for our entire community, including students. We hope to see your participation February 23rd.
Thank you, Jesse.
Is there any questions or comments from the board?
Just have a quick question. You've been involved with this for a while, and it's a great thing. I'm glad to see that more forums are coming forward. Personally, are your expectations of this coalition, are those expectations being met? Is it where you want it to be?
There's a lot of work that we still want to do that we haven't been able to accomplish yet, and a lot of that comes from not having the correct people at the table. So trying to get more buy-in is where we're struggling. So as far as our events go,
right,
those things are going well. Like we said, we had 70 participants last time. That's quite a bit considering we started with maybe 10 or 15. But I do think that for the community, it is great to open up the discussion. A lot of people are wanting more of that. The reason why we switched to the parent panel this time is because that's what our audience asked for, is to hear more from parent side. But I do think that these events are going well.
And when you say buy-in, are you saying buy-in from the community, buy-in from school districts?
School district. So when we're talking about things that are bullying or anti-bullying, Todd Kelly, we would like to see involved more, as he is, holding that title. When it comes to policy writing, Doug Thorne, we would like to have meetings with more frequently because that would be where he would specialize. So it's just working on networking out with the right people and getting them to want to be involved.
Okay. thank you for staying involved.
Okay, thank you. Beth, you're up next.
Good evening. So our elementary summer programming this year will be Summerscape EEF working with Elkhart Community Schools. We're looking at a 6-week program chunked into 2 3-week sessions. The first one being June 5th through the 23rd. The second session, June 26th through July 21st. And there would be no summer school that week of July 3rd. We're looking for to serve incoming first through incoming 6th grade at 3 sites, Beck, Pinewood, and Woodland. And there'll be 2 different curriculums. So we'll have first 3 weeks is project-based learning based on STEAM. So there'll be different project-based for different grade levels. And then the second 3 weeks, we'll have our aerospace in connection with education. It's the same program that Dan Walsh ran the last 2 summers, only we're kind of expanding it a little bit more. We can serve more kids because it's a popular program. So the hours of the program will be from 8 to 2 for kids. Our teachers will we'll be hiring the teachers. They'll be there about 4 hours, 8:15 to 12:15, and our community partners will then take over from there, and kids have the opportunity to stay later with the parks. Our transportation will be picking them up at 2 if they wish to register with the parks and they need more programming or more hours of the day. I believe parks is staying open until 4 o'clock at those sites.
Who are the partners besides the park department?
For EEF, we're looking at ethos, like field trips, things like that. So EEF is flushing those out right now.
So that will take place from like 12 to 2, because if the staff is teaching from, am I understanding that correctly?
Well, and it could be like if it's a field trip or something like that, then it could be embedded within that. Yes.
Is this open to only Elkhart Community School students?
Yes.
Last year with students from other schools, were they able to come?
As part of Summerscapes, yes.
So,
Because
go ahead.
because Summerscape had received some grants from other things and was more open to the community and was a separate,
yes.
It sat separately.
So
But we've integrated this together.
Okay, so this isn't Summerscape. This summer, this is Elkhart Community Schools summer program.
Right.
That EEF is going to be running for us.
Right. With us, yeah.
Or with us. So, okay, so in the past, EEF has provided funding. So are we doing the funding part this year?
We are doing a majority of the funding. EEF will be providing some funding.
Are we doing that for our ESSER funds, or is that how we're doing this? Or?
We can use a combination of funds, so we can use Title I students, we can use ESSER, we can use Title IV.
And summer school reimbursement.
And summer school reimbursement.
So is that why we're not opening it up to outside of it?
Right.
Okay, because we're paying for it.
Correct.
So really, like, EEF is what to us in this if we're paying for it?
Helping coordinate and provide personnel, and then they are providing some funding from sponsorships that they're getting.
Is this the program that's normally at Northside? Or is that?
Has
Yes,
been.
yes, it is.
Yeah.
I mean, we're still calling it Summerscape.
Was it at Northside last year?
So are the employees our employees? No, I mean, can you clarify that? Are the employees for summer school on our payroll for summer, or are they on EEF payroll?
We are doing the hiring there on Elkhart Community Schools payroll.
Okay. Do we have a breakdown of like exactly what the role that EEF is providing for us? Because it sounds like this is really our program.
They are, as far as when you look at the second page, there is the site director. So EEF is providing, they've provided the, curriculum piece, they will be providing the training. Charmaine Torma is overseeing that, so, but EF pays those, salaries for their people.
So you're saying that this coming summer, this program is still gonna be in Northside, but, oh,
No,
it's not gonna be in
Three
Northside?
sites. 3 sites.
Oh,
It
is
will
that,
be back Pinewood and Woodland.
but it's only for Elkhart Community School students?
Correct.
I'm just thinking, cause I know a couple people who, their kids come here for the summer and they used to do that program every year. So it'll be a big gap for some
So what do we,
community members if their kids are not able to participate. 'Cause
what I
they're-
know in the past, teachers who have been teaching for the summer program who may not go to our schools, their kids have been able to participate. So how are we gonna handle that? Not gonna be able to.
As far as my understanding with EDF is if a parent paid or they did some other, if they had some grant money that they paid for, students that were not in Elkhart Community Schools. That was a decision for EEF.
Not for us.
Elkhart did not.
We did not make that decision to close the doors on outside
No,
students.
that was not a decision made by Elkhart Community Schools. Now, I mean, as in last year, we had to keep track of Elkhart Community Schools
Right, sure,
students.
because of our funding.
Because of our
Right.
funding.
Right.
Okay.
So if we're paying for the majority of it, why
That's
did
right.
they make the decision not to?
That's kind
To
of why I
exclude
asked,
those
and
kids.
that's, Stacy, that's why I asked, can we actually see a breakdown of what the role of the Elkhart Educational Foundation is? Because if we are doing the majority of it, I'm not quite sure I understand why Charmaine's calling the shots. Because that's what it kind of sounds like. And to me, with us having, you know, lower rates of students, I mean, I feel like, you know, providing the opportunity for students to come and experience our atmosphere in our school, our camp, and the way that it worked so well last year, I don't know why they would close the door on students. That's
Was it a
what I'm
We
rationale
have
why?
been, I mean, we have been in partnership and collaboration for planning all of this, so that they're not just calling the shots. My understanding is only for the students that are not Elkhart Community School students and fundraising and funds. So I think they wanted to focus on Elkhart Community School, but I cannot answer for
I just,
Charmaine.
Yeah, thanks.
I don't know, that's just concerning because like the people I'm thinking of, they live in the community, they work in the community, they do things with Elkhart community and they support us in other ways. So to exclude their kids kind of rubs me the wrong way. I just want to understand if there was a more direct rationale of why they or whoever chose that, I guess, to make it make more sense. But just because the kids don't go to the school doesn't mean the parents aren't contributing to us in some kind of way or supporting us in some kind of way. Because that program is important to a lot of families who may or may not go to our school district.
Maybe we should just reach out directly and ask the question. I don't know,
No, we can move on.
Yeah.
I got you, Drew. We can move on.
I will ask Charmaine to provide.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bill.
Thank you.
Staying, yeah.
I got
And
what
we
you're
will,
looking at.
seriously. I'm like, 7
We are the
minutes.
best at asking questions and making statements.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Shepherd, you got two quick
Got
reports.
motion, second, go.
Whatever it is.
Good morning.
Yeah, we're in here 14
I'm wearing these things for the work, so don't come in here, I have to take a shower.
The administration is seeking board approval for the proposed 23-24 school calendar as it was shared with you on January 10th during the regular board meeting. There is one caveat I would like to make, and that is the calendar that they uploaded to your devices did not put on the December 7th e-learning day. So remember, if you're voting on that, we're asking that day be on there, and we'll make sure you get a copy with that date on it.
So do we make a motion that?
You can make a motion to approve it as it was presented at the January 10 meeting.
Okay, motion it that way. Okay, I motion that we approve what was presented as the January 10th board meeting.
Second.
Just for clarity, Kelly, what did the January 10th,
It said that there was.
There it is. I don't need to know.
I know
Yes,
that.
she got it.
I heard
Troy,
it.
I need you to settle down.
I do not know about anything I don't know, Mr. Scott.
Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Okay, my second item tonight has to do with the notification of another pathways course, as you heard from the high school group. And this one is Advanced Life Science Foods. And it's intended to provide students with an opportunity to investigate the science involved in food industry. It incorporates biology, chemistry, and microbiology as it is integrated throughout the entire course. It's a year-long course. When the course is completed, students will have the tools to make informed decisions concerning issues pertaining to both the local and the global food industries. It fulfills many requirements for graduation: Core 40, honors technical. It's one of the advanced courses in a pathway, so it can do lots of things for the students. The high school is proposing that this course be added for the 23-24 school year.
Is there any questions or comments?
I'm assuming that we already have staff that's either certified,
Yes, that's-
credentialed to teach it.
Credentialed teachers, and this will be in the School of Human Services.
I hope it teaches children.
Is there any questions or comments from the audience?
It's the same teacher that last year taught our kids on the quarter.
Yes.
So that's what it is. So I'm just gonna go back to my statement earlier about the whole AP thing. This teacher that's credentialed to teach this course is our AP biology teacher.
So you're saying it's creating a conflict if she were to teach?
It's something else that we need to have, but we can't push one way and continue to push another way and get the same results.
Understood.
Thank you, Dr. Shepherd. Kevin, you have 2 quick reports.
How about this? We have money and low income.
I can go like 2 minutes. So, Business Department reports that the cash balance at the end of December 2022 was $43,699,354.69. That is down about $1.6 million from the same December year-end previous year. A couple notes on funds. Education fund only finished, cash balance went down $207,000. As you know, we had a big enrollment shrink, which led to reduction in state funding. But if you look at the interest line in the revenue section, and I talked about this at the organizational meeting on January 10th, our interest rate, as you've seen everywhere in the economy, is way up, and so our interest earnings are much better. Operational fund had a good year, saw improvement in balance. Another comment I would make is that the ESSER 1, you looked at that page, is fully spent out, meeting the deadline. It had to be fully expended by December 15th of 2022. So this is the last report you'll see of ESSER 1. You'll continue to do ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 information in future months. If there are no questions, I'll move to the insurance report. December was a little bit heavier expense-wise than December of 2021, although you can see on a full year basis, all 12 months, 22 versus 21, we were $527,000 ahead, and we were well under the expected claim cost for 2022. So a good year, our first year with Anthem. That concludes my comments.
Good job, Kevin.
Okay. 2 minutes, is it? Yeah.
Is there any questions or comments from the board?
I said she's not asking any questions.
Any questions or comments from the audience? All right, thank you. Dora, do we have any? Nobody's left here. Is there a Mark still here? Oh.
Thank you, Mark, for staying this long.
Mark Adema, from the Greenleaf Neighborhood Association. I've tried to address multiple times with the Beardsley Elementary about the snow removal around the perimeter of the property. Rather than have a walk-behind snow blower or something like that, they're using a plow truck with a full-size plow on the front. Problem with that is that it leaves mounds, and she has pictures that I brought, physical pictures to take a look at, as well as a lot of the sections around especially on Irwin Street, is the sidewalk is buckling. So I'm not sure. I've asked the city. They're implying maybe you guys are paying for your sidewalks. I'm not really sure. But whether it's you or whether it's the city, someone is, excuse me, potentially paying a higher rate for those sidewalks because you're having someone crumble through. My house is right behind the playground, so every time they come down, they're a little plow on the front, buckle, 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 all the way down. And then you'll notice, and there's more photos that I can send you guys in an email, but it looks terrible. And I just feel like, I don't feel like that's on brand for our neighborhood, and it doesn't seem like as a school system, that would be on brand for how you want to treat the property. One other comment that I had that's unrelated to that. Our daughter is in first grade and she uses the Chromebook. As a parent, I've worked at 3 different school systems as a para, and worked with a lot of students with disabilities and stuff like that. And I will say that the Chromebook, if you guys were not aware, I'm sure you probably already are, but for some students, navigating, like when you're grabbing something, it lets go. So I don't have a problem with e-learning days or anything like that, but when you have a student who's spending an hour and a half grabbing something and none of that is academic at all, right? The time being spent is just trying to figure out the Chromebook and get that figured out. Some kids are not going to have that problem, and I can appreciate that for them, but there are that do. So for those that do, it would be my assertion that you guys buy different programming so that those flaws within the program can cater towards children with learning disabilities who are not going to spend all their time with that. And those programs are going to be very user-friendly. When you type in the box, the letters don't disappear randomly for whatever reason.
But I'll have someone from our Exceptional Learners Department reach out to you regarding accessibility on that, so if that's okay.
That is okay. And then I know I'm at 0, but one last comment in regards to.
You get extra time because you stay.
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna cut you off.
You know what? Yeah.
One last comment is in regards to the bullying. As I mentioned, I was a para at several different of the school systems around here. Our daughter was bullied at Eastwood. Mrs. Fell kind of worked with that. And as a para, I have that experience of knowing the skill building programs that they have for bullies. I advocated my daughter to mention to them, like, I not only want her or the bully to receive that skill building, but her. More assertiveness, dealing with a bully, how to talk to a teacher, so on and so forth. So I'm not sure like your entire curriculum, but I would definitely stress that if you have a skill building program, that you really expand that for any of your bullies, and then address the victims that are dealing with that. Just kind of a comment, like with what happened with that teacher at Gemtown, got frustrated with that student. And like I said, I've worked in the school system before. I understand as teachers what that level of frustration to deal with those type of students. I want to point out that since my daughter was bullied, it would be my assertion that we kind of rethink and we want to integrate the bullies into the system and not exclude them, because you want them to learn and develop their social skills and stuff like that. But not at my daughter's expense. That's just not right. It's at my daughter's expense, it's at the teacher's expense, it's at the administrator's expense. We need to get to a point where the care for the bully so that they learn these skills are not superseding the general population. As a parent, like I said, I see that it's very evident those children take a lot of classroom time that can be very disruptive and stuff like that. And I just would encourage you guys, like, to be empathetic to the teachers who are dealing with that, and not even just to your teachers, whether they're complaining or not, but just to remember, like, your gen ed students are in there not receiving that instruction time because teachers yelling at Billy or what, you know, there needs to be some kind of limits with how far you cater to that population. And those are the populations that I work directly with, so it's not that I want you to not care about them or work with them, but like, you gotta have some balance there. So, but appreciate Mrs. Fell's work with my daughter and working with that. They were very accommodating, but not every parent is gonna advocate in the same way that I did. So if they don't know that their victim is able to receive those kind of services, they might not develop like how to not be bullied by other people or how to address that when they are. So I'll kind of leave it at that, but. You know,
thank you.
Thank you. Linda?
Do I get extra time because I stayed?
No.
All right. Yeah, 8 o'clock.
She gets -1.
Stop it.
Just kidding.
I have bus duty every Tuesday, Thursday, every blue day here at door 2, which is where all of the intense intervention, wheelchair kids, all those kids get dropped off here at the high school. There is only one stop sign at that 4-way, and it's for the traffic coming from where the buses come in from the back of the building to the front, okay? That's where the stop sign is. There's no stop sign as parents are dropping off their kids in front of the building. The only sign, there was a stop sign when that was first done. This year they put up a sign that says, parent drop off, exit this way. And there's no stop sign for them. Buses, the special ed buses, come in that way, come in from California Road, come in. Parents don't stop there. We have seen buses almost T-bone cars. We see cars that completely block the bus route. One day I had to stand in the road so that cars would actually use the 2 lanes going out instead of all 4 of them so that buses could come in. Every day, Don Knowlton, Tracy Wyrick, myself, we stand there, we yell at cars, we say all kinds of things. Somebody's going to get hurt, and somebody's going to get hurt bad. There's only one stop sign. There's no stop sign coming in. There's no stop sign for parents to leave. There's only one stop sign if you're coming from the parking lot to the administration building. You stop there. That's the only stop sign that's out here. And it's going to get bad. And it already is. I mean, people fly, people block, there was a car that turned in front of a bus as a bus was coming in because they don't have a stop sign. So something has got to happen, or we've talked to administration at school. They don't know, I don't know, but something's got to happen.
Sounds like a stop sign that needs to be put up.
Thank you. I don't know why it's gone. It was there last year, and now this year it's gone. So,
I mean, I was going for one of those like automatic tennis ball machines that you just aim and.
Well, I mean, I just don't want to have to. Seriously.
Yeah.
We worry so much after school. After school, there's cones out, there's police cars, there's security, there's all kinds of people outside after school. In the morning, there's nobody other than those teachers of us that are standing out there. And again, the one day I had to go out and I yelled at a car because he was like, "Why are you walking in front of me?" Because he was going into the in lane instead of the out lane. And I stood there for cars to go around me. That's not my job. And I know we're all short-staffed everywhere we go, but it's about student safety, and it's not happening. So there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there a Jeff in the building?
You stayed around too. Thanks for coming.
Yes.
He's my ride.
It's been like 3 years since I spoke at a board meeting. I'm not sure why this has caused me to say I gotta do it again, but anyway, speaking as alumni, employee, parent, it was recently brought to my attention that some people have some issues with informal use of the word mangy at the high school or whatever. And that's fine, but I'm up here to urge you to talk to our most important stakeholders, the students, because if you do that, you'll know what I know, which is they use it all the time. That's what they call our mascot. That's not an official name because there is no official name. It's just a lion. There is no name. So the students ran with calling it mangy. Okay? So have I, because that's what they did. We have that lion we hide around campus. We call it Findin' Mangy Lion. For 3 years, we've had Mangy's Maine, M-A-N-E, because our kids are clever, event, Winter Carnival. Like, that's what they call it. Now, number one, because they're our students and they're our most important, that's why I'm urging you to talk to them, because I guarantee you that if you rewind 5 years ago and the word mangy was not on the ballot for what the students chose, we wouldn't be Lions right now. It would not have finished where it was. You will find that out quickly if you talk to them. They're seniors now. They were in 7th grade when they voted. So they remember very clearly. But this is the other thing I'll say. I understand people saying, well, if you're not from here, you don't get it. You don't understand what that word means. I don't care what the dictionary definition of the word is. I don't care. And I don't care what people who aren't from Elkhart think that word means. What a great opportunity for us to embrace and teach people why that word means what it means here in Elkhart. So the history of that word, just to remind everyone, because a lot of people don't even know because we've already started to forget, it was commissioned in 1972 by the Lions Club, and it was carved by Jim Holland, who was a longtime Elkhart Community Schools teacher at Westside. He was walking through the woods after a storm. He found a downed walnut tree, piece of a walnut tree, 250 pounds before he carved it. And he said, you know what? This is the exact piece of what I want because it survived a lightning strike. So it demonstrates the exact qualities I want this trophy to represent. And there's a plaque on the bottom of the trophy that reads, the lion, a symbol of strength and honor, is awarded annually to the Elkhart High School football champion to promote the universal spirit of friendly competition. To the winner goes this token of perseverance and victory, representative of the teamwork and commitment necessary to realize the goals of dedicated service. Strength, honor, champion, competition, spirit, perseverance, teamwork, commitment, service. Are these not the exact qualities we want our students to leave our school system with? That's why that's what that word means here in Elkhart. I don't care what the dictionary says. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a Fred left in the house? No Fred?
Oh, that was Fred. Fred was that nice fella.
Oh, wait.
Yeah,
I said Jeff and Fred got up?
No, Fred was that earlier fella. That was the grandpa.
your sheets all messed up.
Remember?
No.
He was that
Fred
nice
was the bus
guy.
guy.
Oh,
yeah.
He's the bus guy.
Oh,
yes.
Okay, guess what? We're moving on. Rachel, you're the last person. 3 minutes and counting in this board. Oh, dang it, almost.
No, we got it.
3 minutes and counting in this board meeting.
All right, guys, so I'm Rachel.
Get your mic.
Oh, goodness, thanks. I'm Rachel, and this is my son, Clayton. He is 12 years old and in 6th grade, so as his mother, I'm an advocate. He is on his 3rd transfer within the district due to repeated undocumented abuse, which we all like to call bullying, so everyone feels more comfortable. However, I have never been one to be silent for others' comfort, especially not when it involves the safety and well-being of my child. Thus far this school year, my son has been physically and sexually assaulted repeatedly. He has been humped aggressively and repeatedly, while the child said, "Call me daddy, who's your daddy?" and recently, "No nut November is over, daddy." The same child that has sexually assaulted my son also physically assaulted him as he repeatedly hit my son in his kneecaps with his band instrument case, which was caught on video. I'd like to add that this same child lost his tablet last year for accessing and showing other children porn. Recently, my son was assaulted by 4 children in less than 2 weeks, which included him being kicked near his groin and punched several times by one student. In another incident, he was punched in his head several times and then kicked in his ribs repeatedly while he was on the ground. After the principal discussed these behaviors with the student, that same child told my son the next day to kill himself. In all of these instances, only one has been documented by this school and administration. However, this was only after my son was sexually assaulted again. These children are identifiable, and you are choosing not to track their behaviors. This district has no record of what my son has endured in these schools for the last 7 years. This board and administration have been made fully aware of the gaps in reporting and tracking of student behavior since the suicide of Rio in March of 22, and additionally on 14 more occasions in meeting with this administration, which has been thoroughly documented. And yet this district has still refused to dedicate any efforts to creating a tracking policy that ensures child safety and well-being, which means, to put it simply, this district is knowingly masking the truth of what is happening to our children, to my son, in these environments, which is child neglect. Recently, after asking the administration for the 14th time the status of this policy and what efforts have been given to create said policy, I was told that the administration would no longer discuss policy and have been directed back to the board. It should be known by this board and administration that we as parents have a voice and place at the table as it pertains to the safety and well-being of our children. So tonight, my son is asking for the 15th time, when will this board and administration make actionable, tangible efforts to institute policy that truly ensures the safety and well-being of all children while they are in your care? Your inaction is no longer acceptable. He would like the board and administration to prepare a response for him by the next board meeting, as he is the one living and enduring these unsafe environments. In addition, I would again request a copy of our district's step-by-step protocol and behavior incidents and bullying reporting in relation to Indiana code requirements. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Tolman. Make it quick.
Okay. Jake, I'm going to throw you a curveball. If you could call up our district website. Is this now? Yep. All righty. So one of the things that we wanted to share is that within our work that we've been doing on the feasibility study, we have put together a website for the work that's being done on the feasibility study. So at the beginning of the page, we just talk about the scope of the work that we're doing and the things that are being conducted. And then there are announcements and updates and information that are shared here regarding this. So the next step that's going to involve members of the community are the focus groups that are going to be happening on February 7th and 8th that are in the process of being promoted currently. And those focus group sessions that will take place on the evening of the 7th will concentrate on these particular topics. The 8th will concentrate on these particular topics. And there is the ability for people to register beforehand by clicking on this link and coming in and just providing some basic information about yourself and which of the focus groups you would like to attend. Registration is not required, but it is something that we're encouraging people to do so that we get a sense of how many people may potentially be coming to those focus group conversations. Also, as we go down through here, we will have on this site a list of the key committee members. So these are the people that are on that committee and then the position that they fill on that committee. When we began the work with the key committee with the consultants from School IQ, they suggested particular positions serve on this committee. So the members of that committee are listed along with the position that they're filling based on either site or School IQ's recommendation or board need for a particular position. And then down at the bottom, it lists the 3 board members and myself as members that come to the committee to observe, provide information, and answer questions. And then as we have our meetings with the key committee, we would be providing notes for each of those meetings so that members of the board, members of the community can see just general tenor of the conversation and the things that were discussed at those meetings. And then we will be uploading here any presentations that relate to aspects of the feasibility study from our various meetings. So on the 17th, we had a presentation regarding our abilities in building and facilities. And so that board work session is posted here, which was then followed up by the 19th key committee meeting. And then anything that might appear in the media related to that, Brenda has linked in here. So this will be our page where we will continue to update the community and the public about what's happening as we go through this process. And our next steps in this will be next Monday. We will be having a board work session reviewing the survey results. So back here in this timeline of the things, community surveys and staff surveys, those were conducted right before Christmas. So those results will be shared with the board on Monday. And then on Tuesday, those will be covered with the key committee members. We also will begin this next activity, staff interviews. Those will be conducted in our buildings between January 30th and February 8th. We have a schedule where school IQ teams will be in our buildings, either half days or full days, depending on the size of the buildings, and conduct interviews with all staff members, as many staff members as they can meet with during the course of that time. And the building administrators are setting up schedules that will allow that to happen. I think that's...
Good question. On the night of the focus groups, what was the reason behind having focus groups going at the same time?
Just in order for their people to be able to cover it and do it on a couple of evenings. So,
because I know some people have asked me where we want to go to both, and now we have to choose.
Well, and I guess I would suggest maybe you could go to each one for half the time. Yeah, that would be my suggestion.
Do you know what the structure of that's going to be?
So they will generally share some of the survey results, like these are the things we've heard in our initial engagement with the community. Mm-hmm. Why do you think we may have gotten these answers? What kind of things would you add to this? Are there things that we're missing in the way these have been answered? So they'll use the survey results kind of as a springboard, but then take it into further conversations and then try to get to some kind of consensus or some idea of what might be the top 3 concerns or top 3 suggestions that, you know, they should walk away from that focus group carrying away with them.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Okay.
No, I do have something related to that, but not for you.
Okay.
I did have a request from a couple community members that wanted to hear from somebody on the key committee. I do see some of you in here. Would you like to say anything about the process, how it's going, that you could share out? Anybody that's on the key committee that's in here? Please and thank you. Thank you so much.
Good evening, everybody. Wasn't planning to say anything. My name is Alex Holtz. I'm a teacher at the high school. I teach math, content area specialist, and also on the key committee. So I do appreciate that opportunity. It's nice to get the community together. It would be best if there was a way to get 100% of the community there. You know, anytime you have a representative situation, I know people always wonder how are they selected, and even if you pick out a relatively large number like 40, I mean, you might feel like there are groups or constituencies that are being left out, and I don't know how I was selected. Again, I view it as an honor, and I appreciate the opportunity. I think that the surveys were pretty thorough. You know, as a teacher, I filled out the survey that I got, and we haven't analyzed those results yet, but as I filled it out, you know, I felt like I was being asked if I would classify as the right questions. It didn't stay in the Holiday Inn Express, so I don't feel like I'm an expert on that type of thing. If we were talking about math class, I would be able to say more about it. But again, I felt like it was a good survey.
Alex, can you talk? I think what people want to know, how is the process going? What is the discussion like? Do you feel like you're getting good information and making progress? I think that's what people want to hear from your perspective and not an overview from our perspective.
Yeah,
So far, it seems to me the information that's been shared really has not gotten to the survey results, which I think we're getting to soon. It's been focused on the condition of the buildings and grounds. So we've had a couple of meetings where a pretty thorough audit was done for the physical condition that buildings and HVAC systems are in, lighting, quality of the air, quality of the flooring in really all the buildings in the district. And we did get pretty thorough feedback about that recently. I suspect that more of that will be coming soon. And it's been about a once a month situation as far as meetings go, and it seems like it's ramping up to more of a once every couple of weeks kind of thing. And I believe the information gathering is still going on, but I think we're going to get deeper into the sharing with the group and trying to figure out what it all means, look for patterns. And I feel like the site project is doing a good job leading the discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you have anything else, Dr.
I
Jones?
do not.
Anything from the board?
So, you guys, that meeting 2 weeks ago, this is like not usually what it's like, but welcome.
I just have one thing I want to throw out. I had a phone call today from a friend who is a Kiwanian. And the Kiwanis today, their meeting was at the Career Center. And they had tours, and the feedback was, wow, very impressed with all the programming and the opportunities. One comment was blown away. And they were just really excited about the opportunities that kids have to be able to go to the Career Center. And, hopefully getting more kids going. And what I didn't realize, and a comment that this one particular person shared was, the partnerships that we have with groups within the community for our kids, and they referenced the River Queen. And for those who don't know, the River Queen is on County Road 7 in a lot, right off County Road 17 for some maintenance work. And our welding students have apparently been helping do some restoration or get it ready for some newer engines that are going to be put on this spring, and thought what a great opportunity that would be for exposure, to maybe have a banner or something put, maybe get with Tom Shaw to see about maybe putting a banner that we've got Career Center kids that are working on that or have been working on that project, and just really wanted to share how impressed they were with Brandon and Scott and everybody at the Career Center, what they were able to see today. So I wanted to highlight that and share that.
Yes, I would like to give a shout out to the Career Center and the successful open house that they had on Saturday or Sunday. I went through the entire complex and stuff like that, and also the annex back there. Probably talked to about 20 teachers and students and parents, myself. And anyhow, that is Elkhart community's best kept secret around here. And we need to market it, because that will lead to the success of our school corporation. It's one of the things that lead to the success of that. So anyhow, thank you.
Thank you. Anything else?
I would like to give a quick shout out to the girls wrestling team. I saw that we had an overnight request for 3 members of the team to go down to the state finals. I think that's fantastic, and I can't wait to see how our girls do.
Anything else?